have one remaining with the individual, and he's not going to let her leave the aircraft at this time.
He made me feel very sure that we had a very real and horrifying threat.
We don't know who he was, where he came from, or where he went.
Woo-hoo. Hello, everyone. Hello. It is me with esteemed scientist Tom Kay, our favorite friendly neighborhood scientist in the Cooper community. Hello, everyone. It is the day before the new year. The new year. Tom, the new year actually has no significance with astronomy, does it? It's actually it's the 25th that matters, right?
Yeah, only if you're into astrology, something like that. Not astronomy. Okay. Maybe astrology, not astronomy.
But astronomy is the Jesus birthday, right? It's the 25th, right? And Horus's birthday, and Osiris's birthday, and all the other birthdays. It's December 25th, right? Because that is.
I don't know. That's not my end of the astronomy world. My end of the astronomy world is so niche. I don't even talk about it with my fellow amateur astronomers. That's how bad it is.
Oh God. Well, what is it then? Tell us real quick, briefly.
We're watching asteroids destroy themselves around white dwarf stars.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They create big dust clouds when they collide, and then we watch the dust clouds appear and go away.
How far are these white dwarfs away from us, if we can see that?
Very far. You can only see the star through a decent telescope. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't realize that you would have to. I didn't realize that asteroids could make a big enough impact to be seen from light years away.
Well, it creates a dust cloud, and the dust cloud blocks the light of the star.
Very briefly, right?
The star dims. Well, sometimes. Well, we were looking at one that was took 3 days. We're looking at another one that takes about an hour. We have other ones that are 15 minutes.
Wow. Okay. Well, 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, depends on the size of the cloud. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just telling my mother the other day about Betelgeuse, how please go supernova while I'm alive. I'm sure you have the same thought, right? Please, come on.
Yeah. We're all waiting on that one, but you don't want to hold your breath. All right. I wouldn't plan the party yet. All right.
Because they're it could be next year or 1,000 years. But
right. Timing's really horrible. They never pay attention to our lifetimes, right? They never do that.
No, they don't care. But that would be pretty cool. Oh, yes. Anyway, so are we getting into Zeitgeist, the movie? No, not Zeitgeist. Okay. So basically what we're going to talk about today is Tom gave a great presentation at CooperCon. CooperCon was a great success this year, I would say. Tom, you agree? It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
You garbled out there for a second. What did you say? You asked me a question?
I was saying that CooperCon was a lot of fun this year.
It was great. It was great. You guys really pulled it off. It was really wonderful. All the guests were wonderful. All the people there were wonderful. It's a great time. If you haven't been and you thought about it and you have any inkling to go, you really should go, because it's kind of entering a new generation now where we have lots of cool stuff and lots of cool research. There's a lot less speculation going on, a lot less woo-woo, if you know, you know. And there's a lot of really kind of cool stuff that comes out, like the audio recording from the cockpit was a real highlight for this year. Thanks, Nikki. Good job, Nikki.
Yes. Well, hopefully we can get more of that, because that thing was eye-opening. To know now for certain that Cooper jumped out with the dummy chute, that's was surprising to all of us. And the fact that there's no way he would not have known that was a dummy chute. It was clearly labeled as a dummy chute. He could not have attached it in a regular way, yet he still took it. And the only reason, as I've discussed, the only reason that people like Mark Meltzer and others can even think about of why he would have done that is that he had paratrooping experience, because paratroopers will use their dummy reserves to lower themselves out of trees. If they get hung up in a tree, they'll pop that reserve. It'll fall to the ground. They shimmy out of it and wiggle down because the container is still attached to their big chute, which is hung up in a tree, so they can rappel down.
Maybe what that was is not that. Maybe that's what the small knife was all about. So if he had to cut anything to get down, he would have the knife ready to go too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that I know that one of the things we discussed, and we're kind of jumping all over the place really quickly, but one of the things we discussed was, Cooper I wish I had the photos here uploaded, but Cooper basically cut the shroud. He did not just grab those shroud lines and just hack them, like you would with chopping weeds, with a machete or something. That's how I would have done it. It's probably how you would have done it. Just saw through it.
Sure. Well, Pat Boland's been looking into that lately, and she's asking the same question. There's one reason why you might not have done it just the way you and I would normally do it, is because there were the rope was stitched together. So in other words, the rope went down, made the knot, and then there was excess rope that came back up. And then those two ropes were stitched together. So if you had to cut through it, you'd have to cut through two pieces of rope, versus if you cut the knot, you only had to cut through one piece of rope. Or you cut above the double stitching, and now you have a length of cord still left in the pack.
Basically, what we're trying to tell people in lay terms is that Cooper was very particular about how he cut the shroud lines out. Like it was done on purpose. Very technical. Like it wasn't just a hack job. He seemed to understand that is how parachutes are attached to containers. Seems like to me.
Well, you would have figured that out pretty quick, no matter what, once you open that container.
That's true. That's a good point.
It's pretty obvious. I didn't know how it was put together either, but I looked at it and said, okay.
You can figure it out.
He had a pretty sharp knife, though. He cut through a lot of knots pretty quick.
Yeah. People think it might have been a rigger's knife or something like that if he was a parachutist, although who knows. But yeah, so let me give some shout outs. Augie says, distant stars, where's Bruce when you need him? I know. Bruce is hanging out outside. I think he's outside Olympia these days. Hello, Oracle. Hello, Wendina, Milton Vordal's granddaughters in the chat. Winston, hello. Hello to Brad Nicole Legg. Hello to McCosker. I don't know how to say your first name, buddy. It's Irish. I can't do it. Stoolboom. Hello. It's our bed sheet finder. Stoolboom. Found the bed sheet. Let's see. Hello to BBG in Cornwall. Hope you're well. Let's see. Hello to Chad. Jumping General.
Chris Brower's out there. Hey, Chris.
How is he? Yes. Brower the Bloodhound. Man, that guy finds everything. Like,
he's amazing.
He's
amazing. Really amazing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that man should be, he should be like paid millions of dollars for like by the CIA or something to like find people. Because if anybody's going to find Cooper, it's going to be him just randomly coming across it. Yes. Mini Pup, my favorite. Was it McCoy? It's like, no. That's an inside joke for those who don't know. Mini Pup always has to say, it was McCoy, right? Just to get me going.
Just to get you going. Yeah, let's spend the whole hour talking about McCoy.
A terrible suspect. So does anyone know if Ryan has announced the new Cooper suspect? Not to everybody yet. Not to everybody. Just still waiting on the family to give me the go-ahead to release his name, and we'll do all that. Oh, hello, Tim. Hello from England. Hello, sir. It's past your bedtime, Tim. You're not far from Peru, Indiana. Is it Peru or Peru, Indiana? Indy? Do you say it Peru like the country, or do you say it Peru? Cooper was a dwarf. Well, that's always been my joke, is that if we ever find the hair slide, they're going to track it back to, it was actually a circus dwarf from Missoula. It wasn't Cooper's hair. It's like, oh, of course it wasn't, like the country. So it's Peru, Indiana. Okay. Anyway, let's get started, folks. So Tom is going to tell us all about the new stuff. And he has a slideshow. And do you want me to go ahead and start that slideshow up? Or
yeah, well, let's give a little preface to this whole thing first.
Okay, go ahead.
How much time do we have overall here?
We have hours and hours and hours. We have literally, these usually go about 3 hours, Tom. So however long you want, you got.
Okay, so we got plenty to be very relaxed about this. Okay,
very.
Not any kind of time constraint.
Nope.
So, as most of you know, for a decade now or more now, we've been looking at the particles from the tie. And back in 2015, I think it was, we got Macron to do automated analysis, and it produced not thousands of particles. It produced tens to hundreds of thousands of particles. So it produced like over 100,000 particles back then. When you're faced with a database that big, it's very hard to chew through it and kind of sort things out. And for every particle, there is a dozen elements. So if you're trying to look at a dozen elements in a particle, remember 50 particles back is that one looks similar to that other particle so many particles back. It can break your brain, right? So I didn't even attempt it. I was waiting for the Cooper group to jump into that. And early on, they didn't do that. Eventually, Eric did jump in and found some interesting things that he played up on the aluminum, titanium aluminum thing. And that kind of got the ball rolling again. And then we went back to McCrone recently and we redid a couple of the stubs, several of the stubs that had interesting features on them to begin with. One of them was from the knot. We took 2 stubs from either side of the knot. And that one stub that we had redone produced 180,000 particles alone with the new configuration from McCrone. So McCrone has upgraded their equipment since the last time we did that. And that's why I wanted to do it again. There was also a problem the first time around is that we couldn't relocate the particles for reasons that we're still not completely sure of. Relocating the particles is very difficult. So this time around, McCrone made very certain to have specific landmarks with specific numbers that we could refer back to. And now we can relocate the particles, but only down to a certain size, really. So we can't go below like about 1 micron, which is very small. A blood cell, for example, is 10 microns. So we were limited in the size we could rediscover, but they still gave us thousands upon thousands of particles to look at. So we then went through this new database, and then I spent time relocating these particles because McCrone could only give you a quick look, right? They only looked at each particle for like 3 seconds. And that's not very much time to get all the detail out of what the particle's composed of. So by looking at it under my electron microscope, I would look at it, instead of 3 seconds, I would look at it for 15 minutes. And it would take a long time to generate all the specifics of each particle. You know, I'm not going to go into all the scientific thing about it, but just the longer you get, the longer you expose, the better the image gets. So think of it like a camera, and it's very dark outside. And you take a 3-second exposure, you get a black image with maybe a few white dots from the street lights, right? If you were to do a 15-minute exposure, then all the detail in that darkness comes out. It's the same kind of thing. So you can get a couple of big picture hits, which is what the guys look through. And then we went, and when I'm saying the guys was Chris Brower, Drew Daniel, Nikki, and then
Yanks.
I'm skipping his name. What's the guy from
Yanks?
Yanks, yeah, Yanks. So they all then chewed through these things, and I took a second look at them, and then we all talked about them before we came about and did the talk. So that's really how this stuff works. Now, once you have this many particles, as I said, it's really hard to visualize how they relate to each other. So in the initial runs through the data, what we talked about last year at CooperCon was individual particles that were particularly interesting, or small groups of particles that looked interesting that we found, but we couldn't visualize the whole landscape at once. So this year we found out about a different computer algorithm called T-SNE. So you can go ahead and pull up the PowerPoint now.
All right.
Okay, let me see if I can switch slides here. I'm going to skip through some of this discussion stuff because we're going to have a thing. This is T-SNE. This is the scientific explanation. Nothing to look at there. That's not what you're concerned about. What you're concerned about is this picture here. So this picture represents the relationships between all 180,000 particles on the tie knot stub. Now, this stub is the size of your thumbnail. Think about how small that is. Thumbnail size. And there were 180,000 particles that were found and analyzed by McCrone. So the first thing you can look at on this thing is you can see there are some of these groups of particles here that are color-coded. They're off by themselves, and the color is pretty even across them, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at this group in the middle here, this blue group, and there's some differences in some other ones, there is more variety in here, and the group is more spread out. So what you know about this group is that it has more diversity in it, but they're all still related. Now, this is not something you could look at this list of particles in an Excel spreadsheet and say to yourself, oh yeah, this represents about 80,000 particles right here. You couldn't look at 80,000 particles. You know what? I can tell that these 80,000 are kind of sort of related. You'd never see that. So let's go look at, this is stub 675. This is that same cluster again. Now, can you zoom in? I guess you can't. We can. So if you notice, I've got the clusters are labeled. So this purple cluster down here is magnesium. This green cluster is iron. And what I want you to notice is when I wrote this program to do this color groupings, I told it to create a different color if they're slightly different. So this whole green zone is iron, but you see it goes from very light green to kind of a darker green here. And what that means is the light green is almost pure iron. And as you get this way in this group, the darker green involves other things mixed in with the iron. So you can tell if it's very pure or not. In this case, it's not very pure. But if you look at the magnesium over here, the magnesium is pretty pure. It doesn't get really weird colors. Mm-hmm. Now, if we had this working and I were sitting in my house and showing this PowerPoint, I could click on this little box down here, and this brings up an HTML file. And as you hover your cursor over this group, it tells you for each of these dots, what are the elements in that dot. So if we were hovering over here, it'd be almost 100% magnesium. As we get down here, it'd still be like in the 90% magnesium with some other stuff going on. Here it would be 100% iron, but here it might only be 20% iron with other stuff happening in there.
And Tom, this is from this is from the Thai knot.
This is from the Thai knot. Yes.
Okay. Wow.
So what we're able to do here is get a very 10,000 mile view of everything on the knot. And we also get a look at how the mix of particles relates to each other. Titanium here, right? You see stuff that's almost pure titanium on the left side, but then it can be contaminated over here. So for instance, if this was all titanium metal from the SST project, this wouldn't look like that. It would all be alloyed, and it would all be kind of a mid red because it's not pure titanium in the most of the alloys on the SST. But it would all be very consistent, and it's not. Okay,
so there's still a lot of titanium on this tie.
But that's titanium oxide. It's not titanium metal. And if I could hover over a dot right now and show you, you'd see that oxygen comes up in all of these.
Gotcha.
So there's no metals.
Yeah, Dr. Ron, your partner on the Tina Bar discussion, he's asking, are these particles alloys or compounds, or are they two pure elemental particles stuck together?
The vast majority of them are well, there's multiple questions there. Are they alloys? Most likely. Are there compounds? Yes, for some weird stuff that we find together that doesn't really alloy. You can't really tell until you go in and look at the particle up close. So most occasions we go in, we find one particle, and then we can analyze it and tell you, okay, this is an alloy because there's only one particle. Other occasions we've gone in and we found that there's actually two particles sitting right next to each other, and the beam catches both of them. So you can't really, just looking at this, I can't tell you which ones are alloys, which ones aren't, and which ones are compound particles. But you get the idea that there are pure particles and less pure particles. Okay. But I can't tell you with high specificity.
Okay.
So the first thing we're going to look at is this kind of grouping here, this big grouping. It was the 80,000 particles. And we believe this is made up of clays. This is kind of Ron's area. He should understand all this probably better than I do. But we use the generic term clay, right? We've all heard that term. It's not the kind of clay that you model little humans with or little Santa Claus or something like that. This is the clay that's causes the dirt out in your yard and gets stuck to your shoes. And depending on where you are, it can be caused from different types of original rocks. So these rocks, these three different types, will tend to erode into very, very fine particles, often less than a micron, and become clay or silt. You've heard of it described as silt. And this is what we believe this whole group is made up of. But if you look at where these individual clays are predominant, you can find that they actually have zones where they dominate. Now, this is not to say you only find this type of clay in New Mexico, right? You will find other ones, but it's a dominant, that type of clay there. California has its own. You know, places like Illinois don't really have a lot of these rocks. A lot of these are from the mountain ranges and stuff. So you don't see much of that going on over here in the central Midwest. So we looked at that and we said, well, you know, can this kind of help us identify where Cooper spent his time? So we ended up doing this heat map graph. So this graphs the percentage of aluminum versus the percentage of silicon, which is one of the indicators of what type of clay it is. And on these black lines, you can see that if it's on this black line, it's probably kaolinite. If it's on these other black lines, like this is a feldspar here, and then these are zeolites. So skip this down here. This is where the noise all gets together and makes a big mess. You want to look at the areas out here. So we don't see anything much that's in the zeolite range. We do see a lot of feldspars. We do see some smectites and some kaolinites. So if we look back on here, the zeolites are the yellow areas. So are some, I think, some feldspars there. So the zeolites come from this area. So he was probably out in this range of places. Be great if he was from out here in Washington State, because that kind of puts him back home where the flight happened.
Mm-hmm.
So this gives us some indication. And we've got a paper that's in review right now in Forensic Science that talks about this stuff right here.
Who's we? Did you write? Did you write
McCrone? I'm with McCrone on that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So McCrone's getting a publication out of it, and we hope that this is how we stay in good for McCrone. So papers are the currency of science, right?
Yeah.
That's the currency. So McCrone gets a publication out of this thing, and we get some newsworthy stuff. McCrone will be thrilled, and that's really what we want.
An Irishman is asking about feldspars.
What is he asking about feldspars? What's the question?
Plagioclase or alkali? Can you read that?
Where
is what type of feldspars? Plagioclase, or it's on the screen if you look at it.
I'm looking at the thing on the right here.
Oh, okay. But I put the question on the screen, so.
Okay. Now I see it. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I say, I'm not an expert on this stuff. We're kind of doing the best we can. If you want to jump in, the spreadsheet's available. Go look at the feldspars. Tell us what it is, and maybe it'll give us some more detail, and you could be a star of this show next year.
And by the way, everyone is saying, Tom, that this slide, and in my first instinct too, is that this looks like Europe. It looks like Europe a little bit, except for the titanium. It looks like Spain is the magnesium, and the iron is Italy.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe Cooper came from there, right? Maybe we draw a conclusion for that. So magnesium cluster here again in the talk, I was pointing out the fact that this color is pretty consistent all the way across the magnesium here, but it does grade into this other stuff. So whatever this is, this other thing here is dominating over the magnesium now. It's probably silicon because I think it's in with the whole group of clays. So silicon, magnesium probably here. So this is the transition where the next element takes over and it's the majority element. And the magnesium is underneath it.
Does that mean that it's an alloy? It's
probably a rock. It's a mineral. Minerals come like salt has got all kinds of stuff in it.
Okay.
These rocks are all made up of multiple elements.
I see.
So it's probably not. This could be a manufactured product, this pure of magnesium. That if you see this kind of clustering, then it might be a processed product. If you see this kind of clustering, it's probably a natural product.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So let me bring my PowerPoint. Of course, I have notes in my PowerPoint. And there's a crazy number of elements that we Hold on a minute. Let me set this up here so I can refer back to it. Okay. Yep. Stand by. There was a crazy number of elements detected in some of these particles, right? I mentioned this in the talk. This was one particle, and it had all these elements in it. And if you're the type of guy that studies minerals or elements or anything like this, you're going, well, that's a ridiculous number of elements. Now, is it a cluster of things? It could be, right? It could be. More than likely, that's what it is. But when we went and looked at it, it didn't look like there was a bunch of little things, combined into a conglomerate. I don't have the picture of it offhand, but I would have said that, oh, this is to be discounted because it's got a bunch of things, glued together. It's not what it looked like. So how this happens, don't know. This is one of the enduring mysteries, right? Every time we get deeper and deeper into the Cooper tie, it throws us these kinds of curveballs, which don't make any sense. But of course, this is what Cooper World's all about. That's why we're still here, is because it throws us interesting things that we hope we're going to get an answer to down the road, like Tina Barr, right?
But so, I mean, all of this, Tom, it's almost, I swear to God, it's like the elemental table vomited on Cooper's tie.
Exactly. Who would do that? Who would have that? Who would be exposed to that many things in one place, even if it is a dust ball of stuff? That's a crazy number of things.
And the control items you've tested don't have nothing like this, right?
So the spectrometer that I use is very well established. It's not the type of thing that could come up with spurious things. Now, if you go for 3 seconds, you can misinterpret noise as spectra, right? You can misinterpret noise. But see how tall these peaks are?
Yeah.
See this one down here? This one down here, you might misidentify in a very short spectrum. But this was like a half-hour spectrum. So we're hitting this. This is the computer automatically identifying these things. So these peaks were strong enough that it said, yeah, for sure, this is sodium or this is potassium, whatever this is. And it identified these things. So if we were just looking at little tiny bumps down here, you could have a lot to complain about. But anybody who's done EDS before is not going to complain about any of these peaks. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I mean, obviously, carbon and oxygen are going to be off the chart just because that's
the carbon is part of the stub.
Right.
Oxygen is in everything. Forget oxygen. Sure. So yeah, everything else.
Ron's got a good statement here. Ron says that the huge number of particles suggests a very dusty environment. Sandblasting, lathing.
Could be. Yeah, it could absolutely be. You can't discount anything like that. Yeah, if you sandblasted a bunch of metals and you got a bunch of particles flying around, yeah, could produce something like this. That's a pretty heavy machinery place, right? We've got sulfur and stuff like that. It's weird calcium, cerium, weird that you'd be sandblasting stuff like that. So it's a weird combination no matter how you cut it. If it was just iron and paint chips and stuff like that, you could say he worked in a place with sandblasting car bodies or something. But nothing is easy about it. But yeah, certainly it could be a very fine dust particles that rolled up into a ball in a corner somewhere. How he got them on his tie, because he had to touch this particle. All right, another thing you consider when we're going through all this stuff, he had to touch this particle with his fingers and then rub it off on his tie. So there was enough of this thing around to get off of the floor, onto the table, onto his fingers and onto his tie. And then we stick it with a piece of sticky tape and get it off into the electron microscope. So there was a bunch of reductions before we got to this final particle.
So this explains Cooper's motive. He was dying of a mesothelioma, I guess.
Yeah, he's got lung cancer. He's got weeks to live.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to go out with a bang.
Shout out to Augie for that reference. Good job, Augie.
Okay. So let's go on to the next stub here. This is 667. So this is from
this is still on the tie knot?
No, this one's down on the tie body itself. So there's much less particles, right? You can see that there's only 30,000 particles in this one. And you'll see it as the cluster graph is much sparser here. But the interesting thing here is you notice there's a weird shape on this one right here, right? And so if we go look at that close, this is 5,000 particles of gold. So this is 2 different gold alloys here. And you can see you can see that they're related, but they're very distinctive. And you can see that the alloy changes as this gets darker. Weird. So now some of this could have come from the tie clip, because we know that zone where the tie clip was, there's particles that rubbed off the tie clip because the tie clip was probably gold plated. I think that's a given. You probably know that. He also wore tie tacks. Stuff could have worn off of there. But there is a variety of gold particles, and there's quite a few of them. There was 5,000 particles. Now remember, this is a subset that came off the tie from the sticky tape. So there was a lot of gold particles on his tie. You know, at the price of gold today, we could probably mine his tie and make a couple of bucks. So the gold was interesting, but then there's this little cluster up here. You see this thing here? We go look at these small clusters now. This is fluorine. And when we went to look at the actual particle, this is what it looked like. So this thing is actually a smear. It's not a particle. You can see there's individual particles in here, and there's stuff smearing this way, stuff smearing off this way. So the question you ask is, well, are these little tiny particles the fluorine particles? Which would be fine. That would actually make some sense. But when we do an elemental scan of this whole thing, it looks like, oh, wait a minute, we'll do the scan. We only have fluorine in here. All right, so there's only fluorine. That's all we're seeing. And when we do the scan of this thing, you are seeing the whole map of fluorine. So this whole thing is a fluorine smear. So that gives it a completely different interpretation. If it was fluorine particles, they did have the fluorine is basically, you know it as Teflon, right? Teflon is fluorine in solid form. So they had Teflon pans back then, and you could probably scrape the fluorine off that stuff. We've all probably got some of it in our bodies at this point. And if you could get fluorine particle on this tie, then fine, that would make sense. This makes much less sense. And when I first saw this, I didn't know of any smearable fluorine that would be around in the late 60s. Turns out somebody, forgive me, I forget who mentioned it to me, said, well, it could be like there was a fluorine grease that was around back then. But it was a kind of a rare thing to have, a fluorine grease. So we don't know. We know it's fluorine. That's the only indicator we have. We know it's a smeared out thing of fluorine, but we don't know exactly what the history of this is. But it's a pretty rare thing to have on his tie. So if you can find a place that would work with these weird metals and had this kind of greasy fluorine in it, that would be something to look into. So keep an eye on that. And then this is, I'm not sure what that's about. So let's move on to the next stub.
And where is 665 located?
It's another one on the front of the tie. It's about probably midway down. The stub again had 47,000 particles. Again, lower number than the tie knot, but that's to be expected. This one had bigger groupings of stuff. So again, these are probably the clay particles up here. You can see the variety of the colors and stuff. This one is, I forget what this one, and we'll come to it in a second. This one's calcium, which we're going to look at next. This one's interesting because there's a huge amount of this stuff in proportion to everything else on the tie. And if you notice that the color is very consistent all the way across, and you see this little band out here that's all by itself. Yeah. If you were to hover over this in the HTML version of this, you would see that this is all 100% pure calcium. So that is probably a manufactured product out there. This is like 98% pure calcium all through here. We get a few other things going on in here, which are obvious contaminations of things. This is probably other clay or sand particles that get other things mixed in. But this is likely a very pure calcium powder that was manufactured. So this is something that we can put a better tag on. I'd say there's a high probability. We can never say 100%, right? So Tom said for sure it was calcium powder. No, we can never say 100% anything, right? There's a very high likelihood that this combined with this tells us this is a manufactured calcium powder, because we just don't find pure calcium like this out in the wild. Doesn't happen in the wild. So let's look at the next one. What, you have a question about that?
I was just saying, I mean, what would you encounter that would have that?
Pure calcium?
Yeah.
Nothing that I can think of. Your bones are calcium phosphate. Minerals are calcium plus something else. I don't know of any pure. Yeah, the calcite is carbon, and unless you got a carbon calcium mix or something, we're not detecting the carbon. Well, we would detect the carbon in here. You'd see the carbon.
And this is a pretty good chunk of it as well.
There's a lot of it here. Yeah. There's a lot of it. It's the consistency that really tells you, right? First of all, you don't get 100% consistency like this. You'll see this in a couple of other graphs, I believe. We're going to come across this again. But this is what tells us most likely these are a manufactured product. And they do. There's a lot of uses for calcium, pure calcium powder. It's not an unusual thing. So it can't lead us down a yellow brick road yet.
Gotcha.
This is a nickel cluster. So this nickel cluster is, again, very consistent. You can see here there's a few other things that are mixed in here, but very consistent nickel. It's the kind of nickel, though, that comes on various things like coins and stuff like that. So that is not too exciting. You could get that for a lot of reasons. And this is copper. So copper was interesting because there was actually 3 different alloys of copper in this little cluster here. And this is kind of illustrates how this stuff works. You got a different color here. You got the green, got the reds and stuff. So there's a variety of pure copper here, a zinc alloy, a tin alloy, and a nickel alloy. So these are all represented in this little group here. So pure copper you can find in electronics. The zinc, tin, and nickel alloys are found in various other common things. I think pennies are made from one type of copper. I think it's got the zinc alloy in it. Tin has got some other things. You can look them up, but they're all commonly known. But for him to have all of them on the tie is kind of weird, right? He didn't miss a beat. Didn't miss a beat. And again, it had to rub off on his tie. So there had to be a lot of it in the neighborhood for it just to end up on his tie. And end up in a fairly small zone too. So remember, this is the size of a thumbnail that all these different particles came out of.
And just to be clear, like if Macron were to examine my clothing or your clothing, it's not going to have anything like this on it.
No, we've done this. We have ties from Boeing. We have a Boeing tie. We have some other old ties we looked at, and they're really boring. I mean, it is incredibly lucky that we are getting this many particles on the tie. It's also incredibly unlucky that so many of these particles are showing up and we can't pinpoint the guy. I mean, this guy really got around. This guy is not a one-trick pony. This guy knew his stuff and was getting around to a lot of different places and getting his fingers into a lot of pies. And that may be the characteristic that undoes him in the end, because we come up with a good suspect. And this suspect's had 10 different jobs in 10 different metallurgy places in 6 years. We're going to be looking at that guy pretty darn hard. I mean, it may really give it away.
Well, I like what Drew Daniels' angle is lately is that, Drew likes the idea that Cooper was a crash site investigator, because this is kind of what you would see at a crash site if you're handling bits of metal that's been jumbled together, right? I mean, it's basically a trash can of elements.
It is a trash can of elements, but that trash can has to include gold, platinum, and fluorine, So those are pretty weird things that come up with enough to show up on your tie from a single event, a single crash event.
And he's touching this stuff too.
He's touching it, yes.
Yeah.
He's touching it.
And we know that because of the concentration on the tie knot.
Yes, the tie knot is very specifically, we can say it's touching. This stuff, there was enough stuff in the environment that it ended up on the tie.
Right.
It just ended up something.
And this photo here of it I guess this is UV light.
That's UV light. That shows all the particles. Yeah.
Okay. So that just shows how dirty it is.
Yes.
And so the whole tie is dirty like that.
Well, this is really dirty right here.
Yeah. The tie knot itself.
Yeah. But you can see, go back to that previous pic. So you can see here, you can see the circles that represent the area that we sampled on the tie. Yeah. It's a little small on my screen, but you can see that there's dirt all over the tie. Yeah. And this tie had 5 or 6 years on it, right? This is 5 or 6 years of accumulation. And we have a tie from Boeing that was worn for 12 years. It doesn't look anything like this.
Right.
Nothing like this.
And that concentration at the top is where your finger goes when you're putting your tie on or off. It's
Right.
basically basically we are looking at Cooper's fingerprint in a way.
So you see how that spot on the tie is biased to the one side. It's brighter on the left side there.
Yeah.
Which means he put it on with his left hand, is how I interpret that. Now, my team at the time was arguing that we shouldn't say that, but that was a long time ago. But it looks like that he put it on. And he was biased with his left hand there, so it came off that side.
Well, and I will say that it's unfortunate that they took the tie clip off the tie, so we don't really know which side Cooper put it on. Now, it doesn't. The tie clip does not function if you put it on from the left side, because its purpose, if you're actually clipping it to your shirt like a tie clip is supposed to be done, it would have to go on from the right side. But I've never worn a tie clip for its purpose. I wear them for aesthetics or whatever, or to keep the small end down is what I wear a tie clip for. And generally, the FBI and the photos you've seen of Cooper's tie, the tie clip is on from the left side. That's generally how they put it on. Now, it would be interesting if you were able to see, an indentation. I guess you probably, did you guys look for that? Like to see if there was an indentation of which side it would have gone on at all? Could you?
No, the only indent we saw was from the tie tack.
Okay.
So relatively speaking, the tie tack was probably on there a lot longer than the tie clip.
Well, and I will do my 10-cent explanation for why I think Cooper was left-handed, because as a lefty, we're always conscious of being different, and Cooper had a choice because Bill gets on behind Cooper. Cooper is second to last aboard. Cooper had a choice. Do I want the left side or the right side? Do I want starboard or port of this plane? And he chose starboard because Bill wasn't yet over on that side of the plane, so he could have chosen that side. He chose the other side. And, basically if Cooper's right hand is in the briefcase in and out throughout the hijacking, you don't want your dominant hand to just be a dummy hand just laying around. I wouldn't. You want your free hand to be able to grab somebody in the aisle or point or smoke or whatever it is. So, and it's funny, I actually asked Mac's left-handed, and I asked Mac, I said, did you consciously pick which side of the plane to sit on? He goes, yeah, I did. Cause he goes, I needed to point my gun down the aisle cause I'm left-handed. So I had to point my pistol that's again, people who have suspects who are right-handed might not like that or whatever, but Cooper could have been a lefty, and there's some evidence to that.
Okay, so that's 2 points pushing the left angle, right?
Yeah.
So see, that's what you need. You need a bunch of arrows pointing in one direction. So right now we got 2 arrows that point left. It's a funny statement. So
I don't guess there's any way to. I don't guess there would be any way to tell by looking at the cuts on the knot how it was cut. A lefty cut it or right.
No, because you couldn't tell how they were oriented on the pack.
Oh, right. It could have been. You're right. Yeah. Duh.
Yeah. You couldn't tell how they were oriented. It could have been either way, and he could have rotated the pack 180 degrees.
Right. It doesn't.
No matter what.
Makes no sense.
That. But I like the right side of the aisle thing. That's an interesting point.
It is. And the guy, he's smoking with his left hand, which again, smokers will smoke with both hands, but Cooper is smoking with his left hand because his right hand's in the briefcase. And again, do you want your dominant hand to be idle the entire time? I wouldn't.
And he was drinking too, so he was manipulating a cup and all that stuff. So
right. Now, if it would be if somehow we were able to ever examine the tie and really look for which way it might have gone on, if that thing went on from the left side, that guy, Cooper's left-handed, because there's no reason anybody would put it on from the left side unless you're left-handed.
That's what I would think.
Yeah. And so
that's what I would think.
And generally they put it, generally the FBI seemed to put it on from that side. Now my take on that, devil's advocate, is that if you're holding the tie in front of you and you're clipping a tie clip on, because folks, the tie clip and the tie are not just sitting in storage. They are 2 different pieces of evidence. So they'll put it on for demonstration just to show people, right? So if you're a right-handed person looking at the tie and you're putting it on, not on yourself, but you're putting the tie on, just looking at it, you're going to go in from the right side because you're holding it with your right hand. So it's going to go on the left side of the user, whatever. So that could be why it's like that. But anyway, continue.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's the copper. Let's take a look now at titanium. So this is titanium dioxide. Now, everybody wants there to be titanium metal all over the tie. I want there to be titanium metal all over the tie. There's only a couple of pieces of real titanium that we've absolutely verified are metal. This is titanium dioxide. And there's two clusters here. So you can see, again, you got this little rim down here. Again, that is probably very consistently titanium dioxide. So those particles are all very consistent. And across this whole thing, you see very little color change. So this is probably titanium dioxide powder. And that is, again, a man-made powder. Now, we were looking into this. We thought that there was the components that make up that differentiate these two groups. There is stages that titanium sand goes through to make a pure titanium powder. And we think that this was one stage and this is the second stage. So this, we don't have a lot of details on the whole process of making the titanium powder. If someone wanted to look into this and you can identify exactly what each stage produces and what the elemental ratios are and stuff, if we could show conclusively that this is really these two stages of titanium dioxide only show up in the manufacturing facility, then we might really have something. This might be something to really look at. But right now that would be considered, that would be speculative. But we can see here from this T-SNE analysis that there are definitely two separate clusters of this stuff. It's highly likely that this is a manufactured product. And, it's probably worth taking another look at. Then there was also these things, which were really weird. These are smears of titanium dioxide. So this is, if you can see in the picture, there's extremely small particles in there. But this is a smear out, just like that grease from the fluoride, the fluorine grease. When I saw this, I was a little perplexed because you can see there's a granularity to this. We never saw this in any other particles. And there's obviously a directional smear across the tie here. And this came off of the stub. So there's more of this stuff on the tie. And then some of it came off and it had the directions on it, probably from the weave of the tie is probably what caused this. But there was a lot of this stuff on the tie. And when we go in and look, and this is at very high magnification, it'll be the next picture here. You see the granulation. Now, this is at 24,000 power. Now, your best microscope in the lab without an electron microscope only goes to 1,000 power. So if you were in a college lab and you say, I want to look at this stuff under the microscope, you wouldn't even be able to see it. All right. It would just be a slime of stuff. My telescope tops out at my microscope, electron microscope tops out at about 75,000 power, and it wouldn't give you this good a picture. Wow. So this is an amazingly good picture for this much magnification. It's hard, even on an electron microscope, to see this. But if you notice that the balls are very consistently sized, and they're in like the less than 1 micron range, which is how they produce commercially pure titanium dioxide. So this gives us the indicator that, yeah, this is probably a man-made product. Certainly titanium dioxide does not come like this. And you don't find it in batches smeared over a Cooper's tie. So this is, finding a titanium dioxide manufacturing facility in the late 60s would be a good thing to know. Although the problem with that is titanium dioxide is used in everything that's white paint, white plastic, white everything. So if you start looking into this, you'll probably find out that there was lots and lots of titanium dioxide manufactured in the 60s, as there is still today. Sunscreen's got a ton of this stuff in it. Anything white is pretty much mostly titanium dioxide. So keep looking at it. We also wondered, could this be titanium sponge? That would be a question somebody would ask. This is what titanium sponge looks like under much less magnification. Down here, this little picture here shows the particles that we were looking at in the previous picture to scale. So there's no way, even if you ground this up, you're going to get this out of titanium sponge. So unfortunately, it's not titanium metal.
By the way, Ron is asking, did you find normal dirt on the tie, like greasy food residue?
If we did, that would be all carbon based, and it would blur into the background of
Makes sense.
Sticky stuff.
Carbon.
So
I see.
there's probably French fry grease on the tie. This guy was not particularly clean. There's probably McDonald's hamburger and everything on the tie. Anything like that, we just can't see it.
Sure.
So yeah. So getting back to these titanium dioxide particles, this is an internet image of titanium dioxide refined particles, and it looks very similar to what we're talking about there. Stand by a second. I'm going back and forth between my clusters. So let's move on to the next stub. 566.
Where is this one?
This again is in the body of the tie. Maybe you can go to my go to System Sleuths and look it up and give me the exact position. I think one of these is from the back of the tie. There should be one that shows all the stubs on it.
Oh, right. Yeah, I can get that while you're talking. Yeah.
While I'm talking, maybe you can look it up. So stub 566. Here's another cluster here. Again, we're looking again at this cluster at the bottom here, which is the majority stuff. Again, this is all the clays. We're going to ignore that for now. We're going to look at, again, calcium. This is from a different part of the tie. Again, a ton of calcium. Again, it's all looking pretty pure. It's got this super pure ring on it again. So there was a lot of calcium on his tie. Excuse me. There was a lot of calcium on his tie. And it appears to be all over his tie. Unless he got hit with a powder ball at some point. It's really unclear how you'd have this much, because this is a second grouping of it. So again, for what it's worth, this stuff out here is probably not pure calcium. It's got stuff mixed in. This could be sand or clay particles and stuff like that mixed in. If we go on to the next slide, this is titanium. Again, it shows the same kind of clustering where you got this pure stuff. This is probably this micro balls again, but it grades into this titanium stuff that's mixed in with other things, probably more natural minerals. A lot of sands have titanium in it. Titanium is not that uncommon. The titanium sand that they refine into titanium is called black sand. There's been books written about it. And that's like almost 100% titanium. That's why they look for those black sands. So again, this is a second confirmation in a different cluster of the same thing. And this copper cluster again, where are we here? Iron cluster, same idea. It's got stuff that's pure here, and it grades very gradually into stuff that's contaminated. So this is various types of steels and things that are here. We call it iron because that's the element name. Steel is a mixture of different things. But this is probably steel particles, so this could easily come from a grinder like Ron suggested. And then we go again to the copper. Again, we got the 3 points coming out here showing the 3 different alloys and a couple of other weird mixtures of the little dots in here. So we're seeing a consistency across different spots on the tie. He saw a lot of these particles. If you extrapolate how many of these particles came off, how many particles there were likely to be, this is probably less than a few percent of the particles that were actually on the tie. Then if you extrapolate in a 10 millimeter circle, we had probably 10,000 of these copper particles, let's say, and you extrapolate that to the rest of the tie, there could have been like 1 million of these copper particles, or the calcium particles, or millions of calcium particles for sure, all over this tie. So it's very, very strange, very strange. And then this is the next one we're going to look at is weird because this is copper, molybdenum, and chlorine. This is a weird kind of combination of things. So I don't know where this would come from. It's an unusual combination. Somebody wants to start Googling around. Maybe you can find something that does this. Again, we have a relatively strong peak for copper. So that was a predominant thing here. 80% copper, aluminum, molybdenum, only 1%, chlorine, silicon 0.02%. When you start getting down into that, see how small this peak is here? Mm-hmm. It's clearly there, but you know, you don't want to hang your hat on the silicon. You can probably hang your hat on the aluminum and molybdenum. It's much better detection. You can see the peaks are standing out much better down here. So if you want to research that, guys, that's something you can run after. And then this was an element. When we looked at this, it did an element map. Excuse me. Stand by. Losing my place here.
You're fine.
This is the clay cluster again. And inside this clay cluster, we're going to have some little zones right in here that we're going to look at, right? So sometimes these little tiny zones will stand out too. And so if we go in here and look at this, we're going to find a zirconium cluster. So it's fake diamond. So zirconium is a mineral. And there was like 200 pieces of this stuff. And it was zirconium with aluminum. So it is a mineral of some sort, but it does put him in a zone that you could find these types of things, and fairly common. How common is the zirconium? Not really sure. How it interfaces with everything else crazy that we found on this thing, not sure. Again, if you want to dive in, you can take a look at this stuff and maybe you can crack the case wide open, become famous, write a book, and you'll be good. So fake diamonds on the tie. Yes, more than a few. Here's another tiny cluster, cerium lanthanum. This one we do have an explanation for. This came off of lighter flints and the little rotating wheel that scrapes the lighter flints. So this one we thought was exciting at first, but now we're not excited about it. It's pretty common stuff, especially if you're a smoker. And then I think we will end up here with one of the crazier elements, one of the crazier particles. This one, as you can see, it's kind of amorphous, so it's not like a crystal. You can't say, oh, it's a single particle, so it's probably more than one particle in here. So we can look at that right off the bat. If we do the elemental analysis, it had even more elements in it in one spot, right? Even more. Jeez. And you can see this, if you want to discount, let's say you want to discount the 4 or 5 little tiny peaks down here, right? There's still a boatload. There's a boatload of stuff in this little cluster. And this cluster is not very big. All right. This cluster is, this whole thing would fit inside a blood cell. The whole thing would fit inside a blood cell. So how do you cluster that many different? You couldn't, if you had all these powders together on your desk and you wanted to mix them all, if you put them in a test tube and you shook them all up and then you threw a bunch of powders out, granulations out, and you threw them under my electron microscope, you'd have a hard time finding a particle that had this many particles in the mix. It would actually literally be hard to do. All right. So once we did the elemental map of this thing, you can see that there's various clusters of different things in here. So oxygen is the green dominant one, but these things are on top of each other, in behind each other, all kinds of weird stuff. It was hard to sort them all out because they're very fine particles and they're all mixed together. So absolutely crazy. The tie never fails to throw us curveballs that just make the whole thing more difficult. It's really interesting, but we're looking for the one particle that would only come from one place. Eric tried this with some interesting results, but it didn't pan out. He didn't take the time to go look at the particle directly. When we went and looked at one of his particles directly, it was 2 particles sitting next to each other. Yeah, that was. Yeah, you have to be careful, but the idea is good, right? I don't want to discount the idea. The idea is good. You have to do now. My guys have got another list of particles for me to look at, and unfortunately, I have a bunch of science projects going on simultaneously, and the other projects are taking priority right now. Cooper takes priority from when I get back from Wyoming to CooperCon. So I spend all my time on that. So we will try and get back to those particles this winter, and we will maybe have some new information for you. So, okay, there's where all the ones came from. Can you see? I can't read the numbers from my screen. Can you read it?
It's hard. It's kind of blurry, but I can see the 6 5s are kind of in the middle section, which is what you had. I think the 6 5s.
Okay.
From the middle. Yeah. But, didn't we have a thought at some point, Tom, that like Cooper was using the back of his tie to wipe things down?
Yeah. We found some smears on the back of his tie. That was a couple of years ago. I looked at for the first time, I looked at the stubs underneath a regular microscope, right? And there was little things were reflecting like glitter on one of the stubs, and they were all on one end of the stub, and there were thousands of them. And I said, well, that's crazy. So then I went back and did a map of those particular particles, and sure enough, he had smeared a bunch of stuff on his tie, probably inside of grease or something like that. But grease is also usually carbon-based, and you can't see it. So if you see a smear, there's likely something holding it together, not just the metallic particles. But yeah, he was this guy. He got right in there. I mean, he was wearing a suit, but it didn't matter. He treated his suit just like blue jeans.
Yeah, well, it's as I explained earlier to somebody that basically, this was a different time period. Essentially, it didn't matter what your occupation was. If you were middle management of some sort, you wore a tie at work, because that was like, it was like you're wearing your big chief hat. Like, look for the guy with the tie. That's the manager here on the floor. It's just is what it is, and that's how the professional class, designated themselves from the mechanics, essentially.
Yeah, engineers did too, though, and what managers did for sure, and engineers also did. So the guy that was on the drawing board all day, he wore a tie, but he could also be the guy that designed the thing and had to go out in the back and fix it, which is most likely where Cooper was. He was probably the guy that designed the machinery, went out in the back, and it's putting gold dust everywhere. It's grinding up titanium powder like it's going out of style, and calcium's pissing off of every pore. Come out here and make it work. And he went, oh my God, I got to use the tie to clean it off, see what's going on. So
somebody's asking if there's yttrium was found. It was, right?
Yep. That was a different stub. We found the yttrium. Yeah.
Now, what was
that was phosphors. Most of that stuff is used in phosphors.
Now last year, the big find was what? Was it uranium or plutonium? What was it?
Uranium.
But
and we've got that mentioned in the paper. We've been through one review with the paper, and the reviewer said, well, it's not uranium, it's uranite. Uranite. It's the mineral form, uranium oxide.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's uranium oxide. So that stuff, there were like two particles of it. One was clearly uranite. The other one, not quite as clear, but it's not clear how prevalent that stuff is in the world. So if we could find 50 or 100 particles of uranium on the tie, boy, we'd have them localized. Finding one or two on the tie could mean he drove down a road somewhere and got it on there. It could happen.
God.
But the fact that we keep coming up with weird after weird after weird after weird really puts this guy in his own category, right? If you're going to come up with a Cooper suspect, and this is why people, I got emails this last couple of weeks. So what do you think about this suspect? What do you suspect? Please, people, I appreciate that you're looking into suspects. I don't look into suspects, right? None of these guys from my thing, Packer's suspect looks very good on paper, right? But he even says he's got zero connection to the tie, right? Zero connection to the tie. So if he's got something show more, great. But you see what I'm saying? I'm the particle guy. I'm just looking at these particles, trying to figure out where these go backwards in time. I don't see any suspect that I've heard of that looks dangerously close to having any of these particles on his tie.
It was basically, for me, I mean, if one could still consider Vordahl a suspect, he's the closest, because he would have been interacting with all of this stuff all the freaking time. So
he was very good. I never criticized that choice, right? That the company he was working in is the kind of place we want to look. So I really give Eric kudos on that one for coming up with that company, and that type of that job description would produce a lot of these particles.
A metallurgist, essentially.
Yeah.
Although some people are saying that a lot of this stuff is found in dentistry equipment.
Not fluorine.
Fluorine.
Not fluorine. See, no matter, I can come up with a thing. You're not going to find hundreds of particles of copper, right? They don't use copper in the dental industry. They use silver mercury, which was found on here. We found silver mercury. Yes. They use gold. They use probably pure silver. Certainly don't use calcium. That's not a thing. Also, the they wouldn't use titanium dioxide for any damn thing.
I mean, again, basically the periodic table turned into a creature and vomited on his tie.
Yeah, it's a stew. We threw the whole periodic table into a pot and boiled it.
Man, yeah. And so some of the questions, I guess we'll go into questions if you're done there. Let's see.
We'll go.
You're not done.
I got two more slides, and then we can go to all kinds of questions. So the reason why I'm showing this slide is this is where the whole titanium thing started, right?
Yeah.
And you can see there's almost like no oxygen in this thing. It's pure titanium. And even though people say, "Oh, you keep coming up with new stuff every year," and it doesn't go anywhere, right? We're still concentrating in the same area, right? We haven't wandered off into a new state here. If we started in Illinois, we're not in Maine. We're still kind of in the same zone. We're in this metallic zone. The number of metals has increased exponentially, but the metals are still weird, like the original titanium. So this family tree, again, from the original family tree, we'll go to the next slide. This stuff hasn't changed too much, right? We were calling sand back then, is probably clay. The calcium is still a big hit. The iron is still a hit. This is probably sand. Miscellaneous parts are actually very few. Chlorine is in the game here. Aluminum, small. So we've expanded the tree. It hasn't gone off in a new evolutionary direction. You can't say that, well, back in 10 years ago, we were looking at a metallurgist. Today, we're looking at a guy who grew crops, right? That's not the way it is. Not the way it is. Now, to finish up on this future directions thing, the next thing we've got planned with McCrone is we have vacuumed the tie, and we have filters from the tie that were vacuumed off the tie. And like I said in the previous commentary, we can't analyze like McDonald's French fries. So they've got a SIMS machine there that will identify molecules. I'm a little fuzzy on exactly the level it can go to, so I can't make a lot of statements about it till we actually do it. But the plan is that sometime this winter, we're going to get a filter off to them. They're going to scan it with this new device, and it's going to give us a different set of data. Hopefully, it'll detect the McDonald's French fries and things like that. And then hopefully we'll be off and running on a new thing that we can argue about. So that's it. You can kill the slides.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was also, and one thing I was going to jump onto quickly was that we did have, if I'll add this, Limbach came on our show a month ago and pointed out that Skip, if I go to Skip's, his slides with Skip, is that Skip actually had, Skip was a floor manager at Northrop Air Aviation. And apparently, a lot of the stuff was found in aerospace in the 7. I think it says that that's the aluminum 7000
series. Yeah,
yeah. And so a lot of this stuff, there's his facility there. Okay, so he would see element, was it 7075 and 7005? Yeah, yep. On these. And then he talked about, 747 fuselage has these stringers, I guess they're called.
Yeah, reinforcements, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so a lot of these stringers, these elements are part of the tie, or on the tie, apparently. So
aluminum? I mean, mostly aluminum.
You're right. So as we say, pretty fly for a tie particle guy. So Skip could have some connections. And again, he is the only suspect who we have a photo of a guy wearing a Towncraft clip-on tie. So that's pretty neat, at least. And he did. So just to give Skip Hall some props there, he does have some tie particle connection. Obviously, the guy that I presented has none at all. At all. It's like zero. I know. It's like, geez, it's like, tell me about thrift shops at this point. It's like, because he just,
you can always fall back on the thrift shop, right? I can't argue that one.
Yeah. And for people who are screaming at us right now, it is true. But again, this is not we don't have anything, people. So it's like, yes, it could have been from a thrift shop. It could have been his brother-in-law's tie. It could have been something he found at a bus station, but it could have been his tie at the same time. So like,
It would be more likely to be his tie than a cheap tie resold in a cheap thrift store.
Well, again, as we've pointed out, the tie is dirty. It's gross. It's got holes in it. No one is. I mean, and the damn thing sold for $1.50 new. No one's buying that at Goodwill, right? It's not. I mean, no one's buying a crummy thing with a stupid tie pin on it for. It's got holes in it.
If it was that cheap, you'd think his suit would reflect the same thing. It'd be dirty and worn because he'd buy the suit at the Five and Dime too, or at the thrift store too.
And what's interesting is we actually don't have any idea if his suit was, tattered or clean or, all we have is Mucklow saying that Cooper seemed like an executive type.
I think the women would notice that right away. I mean,
if it was dirty.
I mean, men don't. This is the worst pigsty I've ever seen. I heard that from my mother constantly. Right? I never saw the pigsty.
Right. Yeah, I don't think Cooper was. Yeah, I don't think he was a dirty, but his tie was certainly dirty. Although, I mean, but again, no one cleans a tie. You don't.
A miracle that he left it on the plane. Miracle that was dirty. Miracle it's got this many particles. Miracle that we had access to it. Miracle that the FBI hasn't come and taken all my stubs back. Right? I don't know what I would do if they showed up at the door one day, and they're only 5 miles away, so they could do that in a heartbeat, right? They don't have to fly down here, that kind of thing.
By the way, well, I don't think that was a joke. Somebody or Packer was joking that it looks like you have Blockbuster Video. Some Blockbuster Video cassette tapes behind you, but and that's a book.
Those are ink cartridges from my printer.
Okay, yeah, because
there's the printer. There's the ink cartridges. See, there's cooler stuff here though. Like, see this thing? You recognize that? That's a thing for your eyes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what do you?
Right. Yeah, I do my own prescriptions.
Do you really?
Yeah.
So you're like Vordal, on Vordal.
You have no idea how weird it is. This thing. That looks like it should be like a movie prop.
Yeah.
See this thing?
Yes.
This thing is going to go up on a balloon here as soon as the weather clears. These are solar panels. All right. This is a tiny transmitter that can be heard all over the world. And it's going to go up on a balloon. It's going to go to 40,000 feet. And if the balloon doesn't pop, it could go around the world for days.
Yeah. Mark does this. If you talk to him,
right, Mark and I are teamed up on this one. Yes, okay. Mark's here. Mark, you know what's going on, but it's the plastic cases to keep me from breaking these solar panels, which are less than a paper thickness. So
yeah, I get these texts from Mark sometimes. He goes, "Hey, my balloon is over Ukraine. I hope it doesn't get shot down," and it survives somehow.
Yeah, it's hard for him to survive. We've launched 2 so far. First one never phoned home. Second one went for about a day and then didn't make it to enough altitude and it crashed. But about noon every day, it's checking back in. So it's sitting in a tree or on the ground somewhere. It checks back in around noon.
But it's the same location, though, you're saying. It hasn't moved.
We can't get a good lock on the location yet. We just hear the chirp. We haven't got the location yet. Gotcha.
So, yeah, people are basically, I guess the main thing is they keep asking, what occupation do you think this guy was in? It's like, hell if I know, right? I mean,
I don't think he was in one. I can't, and I'm in the manufacturing material world, right? I'm in that world. I've been to 100 machine shops in my life. I've seen grinding places. I've seen dirty places. I've seen clean places. And I cannot picture how in any of those places you could get all the variety of particles on this tie. The only thing I can think of is that he jumped around from job to job, which makes me think he was fairly specialized in what he did, and they called him in when they needed him. So he could show up with a dirty tie, right? They're like, oh God, then the smart dude's here. Let's see if he can fix our problem. So he was probably in a kind of a corner of an industry that had a lot of metallurgy going on, and he was the guy that was called in to fix it, right? Or analyze it, or something like that. Where he had
he's touching these things with his hands. And not cleaning his hands.
And dirty, right? And then he rubbed it off on his tie. He didn't give a damn. So it was just as natural as for him to touch dirty, greasy stuff as it was for him to wear a tie. Think about that
Weird.
characteristic. Guys that wear ties don't work on cars, right? That's not your day job working on a car. So you find me a guy that's got his head down inside some kind of greasy machinery and he's wearing a tie. That's our Cooper.
Well, yeah, if we could figure out, but it's just very vortexy. Speaking of vortexy, do you find it very vortexy that the number one most highly investigated suspect throughout the entire FBI's investigation, investigated in 72, 77, 79, 86, 93, 2003, was an industrial chemical salesman? I mean, that is interesting.
I don't know why they would, do we have any information about why they went after him?
Well, yeah. I mean, because everybody kept turning him in. I mean, Jason Langseth is who I'm referring to. Jason Langseth was turned in rather quickly. He was a jerk, a known jerk who basically had been practicing. It turned out he had been practicing night jumps for 6 months prior to the skyjacking, which is a rare thing to do back then. He had throughout the 70s, he was receiving stipend checks from a Canadian bank, which is odd. And he lived in LA. And he's the only suspect this man did not lie to the FBI one time about where he was that day. He lied to them twice about where he was that day, and got busted twice lying to them, and why they didn't freak out more. But again, they kept investigating him. Eventually he was an industrial chemical salesman, and the FBI show up during his the first time I talked to him was in February of 72. And they say, "Hey, where were you that day?" He goes, "Well, I was selling my stuff in Colorado Springs." And they go, "Okay, do you have any proof of that?" He goes, "Yeah, I can give you my log book for that day." And he did. He gave it to him eventually, and they cross-checked it, and all the addresses and businesses were fictitious that he had put down. Strange. Now, they wrote it off, and they said, well, maybe he was just grifting his boss, and this is just what he was doing. But then when they ask him, and they come back in 77 and they ask him what he was doing, he goes, "Oh, I was hanging out with my brother at the time in New Mexico." They ask his brother, and his brother says, "No, he wasn't." And so he's lying twice on record to the FBI.
Well, my comeback to that is salesmen always tell you what you want to hear.
Correct. Yes, absolutely.
Not known to be 100% truthful, right? What you need to find out is what was he selling, right? Because certain chemical salesmen will sell just, calcium dioxide. So pure calcium. So that could be something a salesman would do, but to do gold and platinum and titanium and all this other stuff. So find out what he did. If you can find out what he did, we can localize it pretty quick. If he worked at 5 places in 5 years, then he's a pretty good suspect. Well,
he jumped around. He jumped around a lot. But we know that he worked at a place called, at the time, he worked for a place called Abco Chemicals. I think Pat Boland did deep dive research into that and turned out that they were selling chemicals for cleaning. It was basically industrial cleaning products.
I seem to remember something about that. Yeah, this would not encompass industrial cleaning.
Okay. Yeah, this is more like minerals and if
he was doing various powders and things like that for various chemical companies or, ingredients to manufacture something.
Right.
It would definitely not be liquid form.
Right. And people, as we've said, there have been people who have had interesting ideas about the tie. For example, there were John Kacher, Dr. John Kacher spent a lot of time trying to figure out if this came from engine exhaust, right? Because the back door was open for hours, which is a good thought.
I looked into that. That was actually, it was a good hit. Yeah, it was a great thought. And I looked into it. And the problem is that the particles that come off the engine exhaust are submicron.
Right. Okay.
We couldn't even see them under the electron microscope. And if you think about it, if there were particles of the size that we see on Cooper's tie coming off the engine would destroy itself within hours.
Yeah. Right.
You can't have that many particles coming off an engine like that and have it be a problem.
And the thing that really kills, because some people are saying, well, maybe this is post-hijacking contamination sitting in a box with various things. But the problem with that is the fingerprint, essentially, right? It would, if it was, yeah. I mean, if it, no. I'm saying like his virtual fingerprint, him touching it, basically solidifies that it wasn't like uniform contamination. It was
no, that didn't come. Yeah, that didn't come from sitting in the box.
right.
No, that's direct touch. Direct touch. The fingerprint powder is a legit thing. All right. There's Packer sent me a box of fingerprint powder to analyze, which I appreciated, but it turned out to be magnetic powder. So it was not the kind of stuff we could analyze for the tie. It was not the right stuff, basically, not the right stuff.
And I have been looking, Tom, because I know you asked me to try to find footage of how they would have done fingerprint testing back in how they would have applied it essentially. And I've tried to find that online. You can find a lot of old videos online. I've not yet, but I do keep an eye out for any videos from the 60s of them applying fingerprint powder just to see how they did it.
Well, it'd usually have to be a brush almost all the time. Be a brush. Today they use cyanoacrylates and stuff, but it need to be a brush. But my counterpoint to that whole thing is I can't see why they would think they could get a fingerprint off that cloth.
No, look, and they didn't. I mean, look, again, the FBI document everything. I mean, back then, this is Hoover's FBI. Literally, if they took a pee break, they documented it. Everything these people did, they documented. And we know what items they fingerprinted on the plane. Okay, they fingerprinted the seats, the interphone, the bathroom door, the sink faucet stuff. They fingerprinted 4 plastic cups from the trash. But they did not. If they had fingerprinted the tie, they would have said that. But as you said, it's non-porous. You can't get fingerprints off this. I mean, so why? And again, if they had coated this thing in some kind of fingerprint stuff, that would have shown up on the Macron thing as something that was.
It would be on every stub, right?
Every
stub. On every stub. So we don't see that kind of consistency across the stubs.
Does Langseth fit the description of Cooper? Yes, of course he does. Langseth is a great suspect, except in 1972, Tina Mucklow saw a picture of him and said it wasn't him. So that stinks. But I mean, they did keep investigating Langseth. I mean, again, in 4 different decades, this guy was investigated for being Cooper. Because who lies to the FBI twice about where you were that day?
Well, they could have been a grifter. That's, there's probably other reasons why they thought that. Because I can't imagine they would jump to that conclusion I'm desperately seeking Cooper. This guy's lying to me. I'm going to throw him away because I think maybe he was just grifting his boss.
Yeah.
I mean, there must be more stuff that led to that. I can't believe that was the only conclusion. How many people are in the chat right now? How many people are watching?
We have 166 right now. Most people tune in later on, or they'll listen to it on the in podcast form.
Yeah. Sure.
But obviously this one would be a good one to look at. But yeah, I mean, the kicker is this. I mean, that is a freaking fingerprint essentially.
Exactly.
Cooper. I mean, somebody is touching that. Somebody is putting that stupid thing on.
With all kinds of crap. And the weirdest crap is on the knot. So you can't say, well, yeah, he got stuff on his knot, but he was working at a bakery, right? No, the weirdest stuff is on the knot.
Yeah. Fascinating stuff. And so can we talk a little bit about, I want to shift to Tina Barr. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about Tina Barr for a second. I'm going to have Ron on in a couple weeks to do some stuff, but basically tell us where we are with Tina Barr now. What essentially the best evidence suggests that the money found its way there. How?
Absolutely no idea.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is
there's such a disconnect, right? So we know it got wet, all right, but you have the human idea that it was buried, and then like Eric says, he dug it up under the water and it got wet. The silt points away from that, so it's plausible, but I have evidence that points to the contrary. It did get wet. We have a reasonable, association with the diatoms to say it happened after the event. It probably happened very early on because of the degradation of the bills. Sand doesn't have a lot of microbial stuff going on in it. So it took a while for that to happen. Ron made some interesting points about it's not easy to bury something in the sand, which
self-bury. Yeah.
Self-bury. Yeah. For it to self-bury, which kind of points back to the human factor. I'm not as fond of the human factor because it doesn't make any sense to bury it on a sand. I can't think of a decent reason to bury the money on a sandbar, unless, as I pointed out before, it was bribery money to the guy that was going fishing, and then when he heard it was a hijacker, he just buried the money and walked away. That would be the only motivation I could think is you're actually trying to get rid of the money, right? And you buried it and walked away from it. If we knew the organization of the, and maybe you can answer this, maybe you've gotten answers. Do we know the organization of the bundles or the serial numbers in the bundles?
Yeah, we do. And I think that, I mean, Flyjack has done a lot of research into that. And I don't think it's, I don't think that it, I mean, they are in sequence on the list. So,
do we know that the packets were together? Do we understand? Did they come out of one packet? We pretty much
one bundle.
There's 3 packets now. 3. We got to be specific of our definitions. There were 3 paper banded
packets,
and
one bundle. Yeah, packet and bundle are the 2 terms we're looking at. Yeah,
packets and bundle. Which one are we calling what?
Packets are the paper straps.
Packets are paper straps. Bundles
are the rubber banded. Yeah,
and there's 3 of them rubber banded together.
Yes,
and we think that that's one packet.
That's one bundle. Yes,
one bundle.
Yeah,
one bundle. Basically, do we know that those serial numbers match a bundle?
Yes.
Or are they're in some reasonable sequence from one way they came out?
Yes.
Okay, so it was a bundle that got loose by itself.
Yes, but the problem though is, again, bundling in a packet of 3 gives you $6,000. That is not how they were given to Cooper. I mean, we've got the guy from the bank who sat there and watched the women do it. Bill Grinnell was at CooperCon. He sat there and watched them do it. Their standard, it was given in a standard bank bundle, which was a 5-packet bundle of $10,000, which makes sense, right? $10,000 bundle, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, you just count to 20 and you got $200,000. Bing, bada bing, bada boom.
Okay, makes sense.
So, and I remember shouting at you guys on stage because you and Ron were talking about how it's a $6,000 and how that goes into 200,000. And I'm going, it doesn't. 6,000 does not go into 200,000, right? And so, like, that, why would they? It makes no sense. Why would they here? We're going to take 4,000 out of this bundle and put it in. No, that Cooper was given almost certainly 20 $10,000 bundles, which is weird. Which again, but if we knew for 100% certain that I mean. We've got as close as we can come, which is the guy who carried the money in his lap saying it was a 5-packet bundle because that was the way they standard did it. And it makes sense that they would just do that because 10,000, 20,000. Yeah. So it just makes sense. It's divisible by 10, so which means which basically means that this did not fall out of his pocket or fall out of the bag. It indicates that somebody took $4,000 out of this bundle. Somebody took 2 packets out of this bundle. Now, there are some people who were like, well, we know that Cooper offered a packet to Tina, okay, which is true. And Alice Hancock says that he also offered packets to Alice and Flo when they were leaving. He goes, hey, wait, here, take this. And they were like, we can't do that. So perhaps this is the bundle of 5 packets that Cooper pulled packets out of to hand to Tina and them. Could have been. That's one thought. But Tina says he put it back in the bag. But again, he wouldn't have put it back in if you remove a packet, you're not going to put it back you're just going to throw it back in the bag, you would think.
The only other thing I can think of is maybe he needed to thin out the bag a little bit so he could tie it up right. Maybe he pulled several packets out of the bag so he could get a better neck to tie the rope around the neck.
In fact, Tom, I mean, if you look if we look at my bag here, my money bag here, this is the right size according to Bill Grinnell. This is the Seafirst Bank bag that they actually used. If you look at it,
it does have. Yes, it does have plenty of room, doesn't it?
It's got plenty of neck, and in fact, Bill says that's how he saw Tina carrying it like this. He saw it by the neck, and Tina again
never a clear answer.
Yeah, very clear answer. And Tina herself says that Cooper grabbed it around the neck, and that's where he made a tie around the neck of it. So, but this is 10,000 pieces of paper, okay, bundled together in packets. So this is exactly the bag. This is exactly the weight, essentially, because a dollar is essentially the same weight as paper. I looked that up, made sure. So this is exactly, I'm trying to undo this stupid bag here so I can show people.
That's okay. No,
I'm just showing the audience this. This is for the audience. I'm trying to undo my stupid bag here. See, again, paracord is very strong, people. So the idea that this bag would have come off of him if he had tied a good knot is probably not going to happen. So here we go. All right. So inside the bag here, let's see. I've got, let's see, bundles. This is dedication, Tom. Okay. I've got 5 packet bundles of paper. So this is exactly how it was. So here's what we're talking about: a 5 packet bundle. Well, the bundle at Tina Bar is Cooper would have taken this out. The money at Tina Bar was a 3 packet bundle.
It's still
which is
rubber
not
banded.
how it was delivered. It was delivered like this in 5 packet bundles. Tina Bar is a 3 packet bundle. So somebody did something with the bundle before it got there. Either before they threw it in the river or before they. But again, money bundles don't float. So, I mean, if you think,
there's no clear direction here. No clear direction.
No, although but the things we can say though with certainty. So are there no winter diatoms at all on that thing?
Oh, there are probably a few.
Oh, but not that y'all. It was negligible, I guess.
It's like looking at the peaks, right? So it's like looking at those peaks. You see a giant peak, right? That's your highest indicator of what's going on. So all the tall peaks were for springtime diatoms. There may have been some very small peaks on there, but at that point, when you look at them in comparison, you discount them.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But I think I talked about it in my talk. I think I calculated there were like 10,000 Astrionella diatoms on the bill.
Okay. I was wondering what the number was. It was a lot. Okay.
Yeah. It's thousands. It wasn't just a few that I happened to stumble across. They did that transect across the bill and counted everything across the bill. And that's how I came to the conclusion that there was rubber bands. I would have had the rubber bands in the middle, but after doing the transect, I agreed with you guys that the rubber bands were on the edges like that. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. Every picture I've ever seen of money bundles at banks, they have 2. It's done like this. That's how they did it. Yeah. And, I mean, again, I've asked Bill Grinnell, is this how it was? Yes, it was exactly this size and everything. But yes, I've got 20 bundles of these in there, but, a packer was telling me to tell everybody a story as I was going through security. So I took this as a carry-on in my backpack through security. And they, of course, were like, what's in that bag? And I was like, it's not real cash. It's a movie prop. It's paper. And they're like, And they kept looking at it. I'm like, it's paper, please. It's paper. And as I'm leaving, the TSA lady goes, sir. He goes, let me see your left hand. I was like, what? She goes, let me see your left hand. I said, she goes, I was just checking if you're married. I was like, okay. I don't know. Okay, lady. But
okay,
so why would part of the money be dredge? So the problem with the dredge is that we know from the FBI that they contacted the Corps of Engineers and said, what kind of dredge did you guys use? And they used a suction dredge. There are 2 types of dredges. One is like a giant, claw that grabs the mud and just pulls it out, right? The other is like a suction dredge. And they used suction dredges, which basically eviscerate anything that goes through it. There is 0 chance these would have stayed together if it goes through that. But where we are is that we have the money got wet in the spring. Okay. And no one's going to carry around a soggy bundle of money, I wouldn't think. So, and for the people who say it was planted there to throw the FBI off, the problem is if Cooper wanted to convince people he had died, he would have thrown a money bundle by Lake Merwin or something, because
absolutely
that was a plausible place.
Because Tina Bar is such a big mystery, none of these explanations are very satisfying.
No.
right? Nobody's come up with a very satisfying. They're all fringe kind of ideas.
Yeah, you have to. But when people say, "What is your theory?" I don't know. I think I just don't know. I think that you and I had the same idea. That I think you and I have both of the opinion that Cooper himself would not know how it got there. I
say Tina Barr is its own story. Right?
Yeah,
We'll probably end the Cooper mystery long before we end the Tina Barr mystery, if ever.
yeah. Augie, that's a little much. Augie says, my theory is that the Tina Barr money never actually made it on the plane. Cooper didn't sit there and count the money, and when it was brought to make sure all $200,000 was in there. Actually, all $200,000 was not in there. They gave DB Cooper $9,000. No, they gave Cooper $199,960. That they did short him by $40. That is known. So Cooper did not receive $200,000. Was the money found at Tina Barr wrapped in anything, or was it just bills and rubber bands? It was just bills and rubber bands. It was just, I don't know if I have a little image here to show people. I think that I created I'm always doing my little AI creations. I love my AI. I think I've got one, of Brian finding the money. It's not a very satisfying one, but this is essentially what Brian would have looked like. It was just like that, but with some rubber bands.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
And it wasn't very deep. It was, but that's another thing too. It wasn't very deep. So why do we think it was ever very deep?
Oh, because they were dredging the sand off onto the beach. And we can see from where the sands, there is no sand today, right?
Yeah.
The sand's gone. So unless you can infer from that unless you dredge sand onto the beach is going to go away. Right?
Okay. Oh, right.
All right. You need sand to be dredged up from the bottom of the thing to maintain the beach.
Yeah.
All right. So if the beach is being maintained, then the thing was buried and they stopped. We know when they stopped. You could probably calculate how much the sand loss is per year.
74 is when they stopped. Yeah.
Okay. And it was found 6 years later. So there was 6 years of erosion to get the stuff to the surface. So it was certainly much deeper.
Yeah. And what's interesting too is that cattle had gone through there. Cattle had gone through there. Cattle had gone through there. There was a stampede of cattle that had gone through there a day before. So that's why Brian had to smooth out a spot, is because the beach was actually kind of cratered from steers that had been stepping around there. So maybe their steps could have, jarred it loose, for example.
Well, he rolled it up in a cluster, it all came up as kind of a one thing, but
yeah. And this is the photo here, just so people can see. I got this photo from the FBI. I FOIA'd this. This was a photo that they took before they started digging. So right there, that is the first picture of the money find spot right there in the middle. This was taken by the FBI before they started their digging. And you can see that, now Brian and his family dug around there for like 30 minutes looking for more money. So it was already kind of churned up from Brian's family the day before. Or I think it was 2 days before, because it was on a Sunday afternoon, and I think Tuesday morning is when they went out there, because Brian's dad went to work and was talking about finding all this money. And then he called the FBI and they said, okay, we'll come in tomorrow. So it was actually Tuesday. It was found on a Sunday. But yeah, these pictures are pretty neat. These pictures are pretty neat of Tina Barr. I think I've got a couple others. Maybe this one shows some agents walking around in the background. Their faces are blacked out, of course. They had to redact the faces of the agents. I can't even see these people. But this must be the other end of this tree. Yeah, that's the reverse angle.
Yeah, that little Y branch is one of the IDs we use to locate the dig spot.
Yeah, and then there is this. I think the best photo to show the area is, where is it? I think it's going to be this one here from a newspaper. They took a pretty cool photograph of the beach there. it's actually, the money find spot is well below that arrow, but and I tried to figure out how far away it was from the shoreline. Tom, this is a brilliant science on my part. I just to figure out a measurement, I did this. I found this photo of these guys digging, and I just found one guy, and I said, if that guy is 6 feet tall, let's go from the beach if he's 6 feet tall. So I just duplicated this guy's height on it, and it's about 30 feet from the shoreline is what I came up with.
Yeah, that's probably about right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a pretty cool picture there. But it is below the flood line. Or the high tide, not the high tide. It's below the floodplain or the regular.
Well, no, it only got up that high a couple of times during the time from when the event happened to when Brian found it. So,
yeah. See, Ron's talking about tides. Some of the things Ron is saying. Of course, Ron is saying that the beach was eroding. It lost sand every year. Again, we're going to have Ron. Ron's going to be on in a couple of weeks to talk about all of this. But the main thing is that it didn't get there by a flood because there'll be silt on it. Correct? You would expect.
No. So I have Tina Bar sand right here. I got it in my lab, and if you put water in there and you mix it up, the water gets black. So silt comes out of that sand. So what Eric was saying is, if I'm digging underneath the water, I'm digging in the sand.
I see.
So from my experiment, a lot of silt gets thrown up, right? So if you're grabbing packets of money and the money's flopping around under the water, you're going to get, that's how you get the diatoms in. If you're going to get the gigantic diatoms in, then you have to get the silt in.
Right.
Because silt is a billion times smaller. Yeah, it's a billion times smaller. So it was a good idea. So I asked Brian Ingram, can you send me a fragment of bills that are still stacked on top of each other, have not been separated? Right? Because when they went to separate the bills, some of the things just tore off.
Yeah.
And we could see that in some of the photos on Citizen Sleuth. So he sent me one that was a stack of about 3 or 4 bills that had never been separated, right?
Awesome.
Never been separated. So I carefully separated them and looked at them under the electron microscope, and I didn't see any silt. And I compared it to silt that came out of the Tina Bar sand in my jar. So there was no silt that I could see, and it should be there in large quantities. It wasn't. So based on that, I would have to discount Eric's idea.
And somebody's asking if you agree with Eric's money find, where Eric says the money find is, where he's always.
I haven't spent a lot of time looking at that. We came up with our conclusion on the money find. I'm kind of past that time, and I'm not going to argue about where the money was found.
Well, yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it was found. It was found there.
There, yeah.
So and if that tree is, I mean,
yeah.
Well, the thing is, if that tree would be underwater if it still existed, I think.
No, the sand's gone.
But
the sand is gone, so the roots would all be exposed. And when we went to Tina Bar, we went looking for stuff that was still there, and it was a big tree that had fallen over. That, based on our calculations, that tree was a large tree, it was like 3 foot in diameter, had fallen over, and that was still there. And then we used that to geolocate everything else.
Gotcha.
So when Eric went there, he went there for there were just rocks, right? Rubble pile there. He was using the access road, I believe, on the grassy access road on the side to indicate where it came from.
Right. Okay. So this is a good image here. That circle at the top is where the money find was. And you can see the erosion. Yeah. It's underwater now. Basically.
Yeah.
More or less. It's a few feet out into the river.
Yeah. I guess I misspoke when you said that tree would be underwater. The roots would be exposed because the sand went away, but yes, it would basically be underwater. Yes. Right.
Let's see. Somebody says there's no way in the world it was sitting there for 10 years. Well, I mean, it was sitting there a while to get that decomposed, right?
Yeah, and all the fragments were still there.
Right. And for people people love to ask me about freaking shards. All the shards are the flakes. that came off the
Right.
bills. That's all it is.
Right.
You know,
And most of those probably fell off when they were handling them.
right. Yeah. Yeah. And so as they're digging this hole, as these agents are digging this hole, these fragments are falling deeper into this hole. So when they're like, we found fragments 3 feet deep, that's why.
That's my area of expertise, doing excavations of important paleontological and archaeological stuff. And they just completely screwed that up. So you can't take any fragment level. Fragments were found 3 foot deep. That is ridiculous to even assume that that's any kind of fact.
Yeah.
They probably did, but it probably fell in while you already saw how disturbed the site was after Brian got done.
Yeah.
With it. You know?
Right. And the agents, I mean, literally they told these agents, they said, hey, go home and grab your rakes and shovels from home and meet us out here at Tina Bar. And so that day agents showed up with rakes and shovels, and they were on their hands and knees. Here's a picture of them going on their hands and knees looking for it. And here's when Leonard Palmer showed up with some actual guys from the, school to do a little
they're
bit
actually sifting there, that's a more professional way to do it. You sift out the sand. But by then it was too late. Yeah.
Yeah, it had been disturbed. And you can see to the right, on the far right, is probably that V tree, and looks like Palmer's probably standing right where that money was found.
Palmer's a little further, I think, down toward the beach.
Yeah, you're right. He's closer. And those are the Fazio brothers up on that tractor. That's Al and Richard.
With the backhoe. So, those guys are set up right on the spot. They probably had him dig down to see if there's any more money underneath the actual spot.
Right. And some people are asking the Fazios, why did they not have a claim to the money? Because it was on their land. And I believe that I researched this, and I think that basically, I want to say there is like an easement of like 40 feet from the high tide line or something like that.
Those easements tend to show up once you find some money somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The legalities of all that. Yeah. But they never, but yeah, some are black. So now this is a good question. See, some are black because of fingerprint testing by the FBI. Brian swore to me on the phone that he remembers black dollars when he found it. And I'm like, I don't know.
So that's what I thought when I was new to this whole game, 2007, I said, I want one of the black bills, because that's what I told the FBI when they said, what do you want? I said, send me one of the black bills for sure. Yeah. Because I thought that the black bill was one of the ones sitting on top of the bundle and turned black from exposure.
Oh, right.
So I thought, okay, this is going to tell us some exposure history, and that black thing has got to be something. And then when we hit it, it turned out to be silver. And I go, okay, is there silver in the Columbia River? Bunch of research. Yes, there's silver in the Columbia River. It washes down from silver mines that are upstream. So it was all kind of coming together. And then Alan Stone, who was on the team at the time, I happened to talk to an old FBI guy, and the old FBI guy said, oh yeah, we used to use silver nitrate for fingerprints. And he said, well, what would happen is you put the silver nitrate on something and it's going to turn black from exposure to the light, right? That's what black and white film is made of that. So unless you're in a dark room with a red light, that stuff turns black right away. He said, so you spread it on there and you stand by with the camera, and the fingerprints will come out black first. So as soon as you see something that looks like a fingerprint, you start taking pictures, then the whole thing turns black and you're done. So I said, oh man. So we went to the pool supply place, because nitrates are one of the things you can test in your pool. And you got these little tabs that look like little litmus strips. And we wet it and put it on the black bill, and it turned bright red. It was nitrate all over the thing. So it's silver nitrate made the bills black. It's fingerprint testing. There's no mystery
100%.
About it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Brian. I love you, Brian. But you were very young, and it's a long time ago, and we forgive you for thinking it was that way.
Yes, and this is speaking of Brian. This is a pretty cool photo here. I like this photo. That I made this little collage here because this photo was taken a year later, and it matches perfectly with the FBI photo, right? So if anybody has any doubts about the FBI photo, it's literally the exact spot.
That's great. I never seen that photo. That is a fantastic photo.
Yeah, I found that. It was a year later. It was on
Is
the
that
year
FBI
anniversary.
photo, or is that a Brian Ingram photo?
That's a photo from a newspaper. The Columbian did an article a year
A
later.
year later. Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Nice
Yeah,
find.
Brian's got a lot of. I found a lot of great photos of Brian on just researching my book. Like they gave him a $20 bill at school. Like the teachers that they gave him, because obviously he got no reward. The thing is, there was a legal battle that went on until 1986 or so, or 87. And for those watching, there's a great story. So what they did is a judge said, okay, we've got 200 and I guess it was 86. I want to say it was 286 bills, maybe something like that. And they were trying to figure out who had a claim to it, because Brian had a claim because he found it. The insurance company's like, hey, we never got reimbursed, Then the FBI is like, well, this is stolen property, which it technically was. So a federal judge said, okay, FBI, you guys get to keep these. This is what the FBI got to keep. That's not all of it, but they got to keep 13 bills. Okay. And then Brian and the insurance company got to split. Now, what's interesting is that on the day, how they split the money up is Brian said that they showed up in Portland in like 86, 87. They showed up at the Portland FBI office and they dumped all the money out on a table and they flipped a coin to see who got to pick a bill first. And Slim, Brian's dad, won. And so they would pick a bill and then the insurance company would pick a bill. And now the insurance company, they didn't give a damn. Brian said the insurance guy was like, I don't want to be here. But Slim's like, look, this has resale value. The ones that have the serial numbers are going to be the best ones, right? So
smart.
His dad was very particular. And the insurance company was like, Brian says the insurance company guy yelled out at one point, are we going to be here all day? Because Slim's like slowly picking bills out that have the best serial numbers. And hey, I mean, I believe that within the first week, they had sold $3,000. They had sold 3 bills for $1,000 a piece, which in 1986 is a lot of money.
That is a lot of money.
And Brian's family never had a lot of money to begin with at all. And it's a real tragedy. Again, if you're on my Facebook group, I put out my Tina Barr chapter from my book on there. I released my chapter, which it's funny. Tina Barr is my least favorite topic in Cooper. It is. I hate it with a passion because it doesn't. It's not going to tell us who Cooper was ever. It's not going to lead us to Cooper.
Has nothing to do with Cooper.
Yes, no. It's its own thing. So I don't like it. But I was actually like, I remember I told Chris Cunningham, I was like, I'm going to be cool. I'm going to put Tina Barr as a paragraph in my book. I'm not even going to write a chapter on it. Screw it, because it's stupid. It doesn't matter. But then I started writing and ended up, it's probably my favorite chapter of the book because I focused on Brian and his dad a lot. And Tina Barr is not Brian's story, really. It's his dad's story because his dad had to make the decision. Do I call the FBI? Do I go to a bank?
True.
His dad was spotted on TV by some jerks in Oklahoma who saw that he had an open warrant for taking a stolen car. It was actually a rental car that he had legal claim to, but they put out an arrest warrant for him. And he was arrested because he was spotted on TV by some jerks from Oklahoma. And was extradited to Oklahoma, and it's all this long story, and he lost his job, and and then their house burned down. Their house burned down a month after this. It was like a calamity befell them. And Slim, his dad, has a quote where he's like, I wish we had never found the money at all. It's been a pox on us. Brian's very clever. I've had several phone interviews with Brian, and I always try to wiggle out how many bills he has left. But of course, he won't tell me that because it's a commodity. And
I don't think he has that many left.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think he has that many. I think he's keeping the best ones, though. He told me I got some good ones. He said what he told me. So.
Well, I think as far as the money's concerned, the most remarkable thing was something that we learned last year was that, somebody put up a damn good looking Tina Barr 20 on Reddit. And we were like, what the hell is this? And it was given to this guy's dad as a retirement present from Royal Globe. So, cause we always thought that Royal Globe just threw them in the trash or they're in a warehouse somewhere.
And they got dumped with the rest of the files when they closed or whatever. Yeah.
Right. But apparently they did not. They were giving them out as retirement gifts. So there possibly are
There's
a lot
still
of
20s in the wild. There's still 20s in the wild. And they're probably pretty good ones too. Although they probably don't have serial numbers.
Well, and that's another thing too, is just to let people know, we do have Stool Boom in our chat. Chris Dunlop wrote he wrote a computer program that is, I guess, sourcing. I'm not sure what the term is, but it's actively looking.
He's scraping the web. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For every serial number is out there. Every serial number has a scrape on it, because people do. If you go to eBay and you type in 1969 $20 bill, you'll see hundreds of them. Okay. And they always have the serial number along with them, because that's just when people sell these, and that's what they,
that's how they advertise.
What they do.
Yeah. Well, the star notes too are interesting, because star notes are collectible, right?
Yeah.
So there's still could be star notes out there too in somebody's collection.
I think Andrade went through and had a clicker and kept, I think there's about 280 star notes of the 10,000 bills. So it's a good amount, and none of those have turned up. But
nobody knows that those are important star notes either, right? I think a couple of guys, Nikki, I think some other guys tried to do a promo on that to try and get the coin people interested. And I think they got a little traction, but I don't think they got enough traction to really shake the tree hard enough.
Yeah, exactly. So, it didn't seem like people really, cared that much, but I guess we have several issues with the money. Is that we know, so in the FBI files, we have the FBI asking the Treasury, how long does a $20 bill last in circulation? And the Treasury remarkably wrote back and said about 18 months. Now,
incredibly short period of time, isn't it?
Yeah. But I guess back then, when paper currency was what everybody used mainly, I think that's the issue. But it says 18 months, which shocked me. And I've also done the research, and I have shown that the Treasury Department did not start cataloging the numbers of destroyed currency until 1991. So there's 20 years of when the money could have been in circulation and pulled, and we would not have the serial numbers, because they wouldn't have recorded them. But again, the guy who literally wrote the book on paper money, I think his book is called Paper Money. Like the top numismatist in the world said that it is virtually impossible to have 10,000 known serial numbers and not one pop up somewhere. But
they're all random, and you have to know.
I know I agree.
There's mitigating circumstances for that. That's a pretty broad statement to make on a random set of numbers. So,
somebody's saying, they just joined the chat, wouldn't the paper industry in 71 have the same elements in the same proportion as found on the tie, especially coated paper or specialized fine paper?
Gold?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we've got gold and titanium.
Mercury?
Somebody one time found out that like a lot of the elements are in fireworks, right? Like if you make
some of the exotic stuff that burns colors, is in fireworks. Yeah.
Right. And what about tobacco? Any tobacco found on the tie?
Carbon.
A big carbon. That's right. Yeah. It's okay. So I think that you and I had discussed, I think we had the same theory, is that, Cooper was a generous guy. He tried to give some of his money away. Perhaps he reached in his bag, and if he just to say, listen, McCoy, hitchhiked, essentially took a ride from where he was to his home. Cooper may have hitchhiked or whatever. And let's just say Cooper is picked up by some 18-year-old. And when Cooper gets out of the car, he leaves a bundle for the kid just out of sight. Here, thank you, kid. And the kid is driving the next day and goes, oh my God, it's the Cooper money, and just tosses it out the car. Just literally throws it out the window somewhere. And who knows? I mean,
it's some weird explanation like that takes a lot of turns. And that once we ever hear the story, we'll probably say we would have never thought of that. Right.
Right. Or it's going to be, maybe Cooper left it for his accomplice and said, look, go tomorrow. You'll find on the sand, on Tina Bar, you'll find a stick sticking out of the ground, and that's where the money is, or something, and maybe the guy never got to go get it, or, something weird like that. But again, I remember we were at the restaurant, by the hotel a couple years ago at CooperCon when Mac was there. And I remember yelling across the table. I said, hey, Mac, would you have ever buried any of your money 30 feet from a mile wide river? And he goes, ha, no.
Yeah. No, that's what doesn't make any sense. I mean, the human invention thing is you got to come up with a damn good reason why a human is going to bury something in sand and on a river. And, the only explanation would be is you're actually trying to get rid of it. But then you could also just throw it in the water too and be done with it. Right. So
yeah,
it's weird. So I don't know. Let's wrap up though.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll wrap up today, and I'll say one more thing. And what I'll say is that what Tina Bar tells me was fascinating to me, and maybe I'm wrong on this. Tell me anybody if my logic is wrong on this. Okay, honest to God, because this is just me. For years, the Tina Bar money was used to say that Cooper died. Okay, a thief would be with his money. He died in the Columbia, blah, 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 blah. But for me, my logic says that Tina Bar is proof that he survived, because the only way, knowing where Cooper jumped, okay, again, knowing where Cooper jumped, and we have that down to within 5 mile radius, just to say. Okay,
it's
we're
up
pretty
there.
certain on.
It's up there in aerial. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 15 miles away to the east where the money is. Okay, 15 miles. So for that money to get there, you have to invent a scenario for Cooper to die and the money to still be there. You have to invent there's no other explanation other than somebody finding his body splattered on the ground. They take the money off of him, then bury his body, his parachute, his gear so well that nothing is found for half a century. Then that person, for some reason, buries some of it on Tina Bar. Right? That's the only explanation for Cooper dying and the money being there, in my opinion.
Cooper, no, he walked out of there.
Yeah,
I think he landed somewhere without trees because the stuff didn't get caught in the trees. I think he was probably closer to the road. My thinking is that he carried everything: the parachute, the money, the suitcase. Well, who knows about the suitcase? But he carried everything out to the edge of the road, buried the money and the parachute on the edge of the road, or hid it at the edge of the road, hitchhiked into town with just his suit, got his car or whatever, and came back out to the location, picked everything up, cleaned everything up, and vamoosed with everything. Because that way he would leave no trace behind, right? Because he was that kind of guy. He was a no trace behind kind of guy. He grabbed all the notes that he ever handled, all that stuff. So I think that's why 50 years later, we've never found a body, never found any evidence. I think we would have. Time gives us an advantage there. Time gives us the advantage that it's not the deep, dark death woods, for God's sake. They logged it. They hunted. People live there. So, yeah, you're right. I agree. The fact that the money made it to Tina Bar says that he probably lived. But I think there's a lot of things that said he probably lived. The whole Washougal washdown theory, we debunked that back in 2008 or 9, whenever the first Jeff Gray deal was. So.
That was, and bless his heart, Jerry Thomas, if you've seen if people who know Jerry Thomas or people who've watched the HBO documentary, this is the guy who has spent 30 years out in like Washougal area looking for Cooper in the woods. And it's like, God, dude, you hate to say you wasted your life doing this, but damn,
at the expense of his poor daughter, left her home alone.
Oh, yeah. Jerry Thomas's kid. That's
terrible. I talked to her directly. She was estranged from him. We tried to get them back together, and she was saying he would leave me alone for a week and go out in the woods looking for Cooper. She goes, I was on my own. I think she was a teenager or younger, something like that. It was terrible. His thing just drove him. So
he was a single dad doing that, apparently.
Yeah.
Damn. It's an obsession, people. It can be unhealthy for sure.
Don't let that happen. Don't go looking for Cooper. All right. You've been warned.
Well, no, yes. Stay away. So Tom's going to leave, but we have 200 people. We have 200 people in the chat. I'm going to stay. So I'm going to stay.
We can keep talking. There's people asking questions. We can keep going.
Yeah. I got nothing. I got nowhere to be. I mean, my chats usually go 3 hours. So we got an hour. I mean, any questions for Tom or just general Cooper questions, I really hope Cooper was an American, not Canadian. Well, again, I just don't know any American who's going to ask for American currency or U.S. currency. I want bucks. I want dollars. I don't want American that's just a strange thing for Cooper to say. It doesn't make any, that's just so strange to me. I just don't, I don't know, you know. It's possible he died, but lost part of the money in the jump. I just don't think so because even
if he did, if it was on the flight path is pretty good, right? Flight path is not ridiculously off. So it's you drop a packet of bills anywhere on the flight path. How's it get to Tina Bar?
No, and look, and also, you know, they did searches right underneath the flight path pretty meticulously in case he no-pulled. I mean, they really were they went right under the flight path for sure. But I'm glad to know that my logic is sound, that I actually think the Tina Bar is actually the best evidence of his survival, honestly.
I agree. I don't know anybody that still thinks he died unless you're some old school dude, you know.
A few. Larry still thinks that. And I get on Larry's butt a bit about it. I'm like, come on now. You can't really, you know, you can't really.
Larry's data set is from, you know, the early 2000s. So
yeah,
a lot of data's come out since then.
Let's see. Okay. Are the serial numbers on the bills they shorted Cooper on the published list? So no, the published list has 9,998 on it. That's how they know they shorted him. And now they didn't mean to. It's just that one of the bank bundles itself only had 9,900 whatever dollars on it, you know. Are Brian's parents still alive? His mom is still alive. His dad died, I think, in 2019 or so. His dad was a good guy. Let's see. Ryan, I know the conclusion you came to about the front parachute is him knowing how to use it to get out of a tree, but is it possible we give Cooper's knowledge about parachutes too much credit? I don't think so. Again, if you want to see what an idiot looks like doing this heist, look at Paul Cini 13 days earlier. You know, Tina says that Cooper looked like he put on his parachute as if he had done it every day of his life. She says that's a quote of hers. You know, and again, I tell people this all the time. I don't like the water. I am not a scuba diver. I would never do a heist that required me to scuba dive for my escape. You know, I mean, now granted, we've got copycats. Mac had never put on a parachute in his life and did this, right? So, but again, Cooper was successful, people. You know, he seemed to know what he was doing.
But he's the only one that succeeded too, though, right? So
yeah,
could have been a chunk of luck there too.
Well, I do think he was lucky in that there is a lot of luck in being the first to do something. He caught them by surprise, for sure.
Well, didn't you just say so-and-so did it 13 days earlier?
Well, he tried, you know, Paul Cini, the Canadian. Now, he was bludgeoned with an axe by a member of the crew when he was trying to untie his parachute from his container that he had brought it on board with. He brought on board. Let's see. If we have discussion of Cooper's pupils dilating. What are we doing here? Did the FBI really think he no-pulled? No. In fact, the FBI saying that they think Cooper died is basically them trying to discourage copycats. Like, don't do drugs, kids, because you'll die doing this. Whereas if we actually look at the FBI files, I mean, we have a great statement that the statement we have of the FBI saying that Cooper lived, it's very FBI speak, but it was written by Agent Tom Manning. He goes, there is no evidence that hijacker's parachute failed to deploy, which is, he survived, basically. There's no evidence his parachute failed to deploy, is their best way of saying that.
One of those Weasley sentences, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, and then we have, you know, we talked to John Detler, who was at CooperCon a couple years ago, one of the original agents. He goes, of course he lived. Why wouldn't he have? Why would he have died? It's like, you know. Then we have Earl Milnes, who was the special agent in charge of the Seattle office in '76, saying, yeah, Cooper slept in a bed that night. I mean, so we have, I mean, it's not till even Ralph Himmelsbach, obligatory.
Ralph.
Even Ralph Himmelsbach said 50-50. Larry's.
I don't understand why Ralph had it so in for Cooper. He had a real It's like a quirk in his brain for Cooper.
I do. Well, for one thing, he didn't like that they couldn't find the guy. That pissed him off. But number two, somebody did ask Ralph later in life. There's one of these later interviews. Somebody said, "Why are you so pissy about Cooper?" And he says, he goes, "Well, he basically admitted that he overemphasizes the dirty, rotten crook thing because he says people shouldn't lionize this guy. He says, he did not like the deification of Cooper. And I have tried to bring that back. I mean, I point out to people, look, Cooper was a guy who woke up that morning and was totally fine committing grand larceny, aircraft piracy, kidnapping, robbery, extortion, possibly in assault by threatening people's lives. I mean, this guy did a lot of crimes and was chilled out smoking cigarettes doing it. Did Cooper bring his own Raleigh cigarettes with him, or were they given to him on the plane? They didn't sell. I mean, they probably did sell cigarettes, but they would have known if they had sold Cooper his cigarettes, and they did not. So he brought his own.
The thing is, he brought a fake bomb on too, though. So I don't think he was ever really intending to hurt anybody. I think
no. Although I will die on this hill, I do think his mystery bag contained a pistol. I think, judging from the other copycats who had pistols in their mystery bags, Cooper would need a secondary threat in case somebody called his bluff on the bomb. I think he would still want a secondary threat. So I think Cooper had a pistol on him somewhere, hidden on his person. That just makes sense to me. All the other guys did. Mack had a pistol hidden on him that nobody knew about. LaPointe had a pistol that nobody knew about. So it makes sense.
Why did he go to the bathroom and not be worried about going inside the bathroom and closing the door? That makes no sense to me.
I think he really had to pee.
I'm sure he did, but I mean,
well,
that seems to be a departure from his caution everywhere else. I'm going to go for a minute here.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of that is interesting, right? Cooper goes to the bathroom when Tina goes to get the money. So as she gets up to go get the money, he goes, "Hey, I'm going to go to the bathroom for a second." And she says by the time she came back in the plane, he was already back in his seat. So he's in there for 2 minutes. He's taking a leak essentially. And that's how we know about the mystery bag, because passenger Nancy House is standing up and she is stretching her legs, apparently at the time. And let's see if I can find that image of Cooper with the mystery bag for those who want to see what Nancy House saw. Where is my mystery bag of Cooper? Do I have this? But yeah, so Nancy House does not remember what Cooper looks like, so they never use her for any sketches or for any of that sort of stuff. But she is a witness for the mystery bag because, damn it, where is my mystery bag? Here we go. So this is what it looked like, essentially what she would have seen. So she sees him going back to his seat. So she says he's carrying the briefcase like a pizza box, and he has the mystery bag on top of it. And she goes, the mystery bag is about the same width and length as the briefcase, and it's about 4 inches tall. So it's got something in it, right? And whatever was in the mystery bag was not used during the hijacking, right? There's nothing. The only item that he ever unearths from out of nowhere are his cigarettes, his matches, and his knife. Okay, that's it. So whatever's in that bag was used for, was going to be used for his parachute jump or his escape. And I use this image as well, that we have this image, the mental image of Cooper jumping with his suit, right? But in actuality, Cooper probably looked like this. Remember, Cooper's alone for 30 minutes back there. We don't actually know what he was dressed like. I mean, I've got him looking like this, maybe wearing gloves, goggles, right? So, I mean, something was in that bag. J. Edgar Hoover himself speculated that maybe there were boots in there. We actually have a document from J. Edgar Hoover saying, "What was in this bag? Do they have boots or a flight suit or something?" And they're like, "Well, we don't know." And nobody ever saw him. But then we have this strange interview with Flo Schaffner from 1984 or so, where she says Cooper was putting on boots. which again, I don't buy that because that would have been mentioned.
84, that's too, we can't use data that old, right? It has to be very contemporary or very solidly backed up with other lines of evidence. That's why we never used any modern testimony to work our research.
No. And in fact, I have a big part of in my book, part of the introduction says, look, I respect people's memories, but I will always go with the earliest source. Always. That's the best evidence.
You have to. You just
have to. No, I mean, again, it's kind of the Walter Recca thing. The guy who says, yeah, I gave Walter Recca, I gave the guy a ride on the night of the hijacking in Cle Elum, right? I mean, to remember the exact date that something happened 50 years later, as I mentioned, we have the incident about the small plane flying overhead, flying over Le Center, the mystery plane, right? We had the pilot there at CooperCon, which is pretty cool. But they swore up and down, 5 different witnesses. The FBI told the FBI, this happened the night of the hijacking. Well, we know exactly when it happened the day before. It's literally in their flight logs. So it was the day before. So this is a week after. So a week later, people are misremembering what day something happened. So 50 years later, give me a break.
Drew
they
want to confabulate things. That's the problem. It's a tough.
Yeah, it is. Drew says perhaps it was tools to disarm the bomb. Cooper just tossed that shit out the back of the plane. Cooper had no reason to keep that briefcase. They said the briefcase looked new. They said it looked brand new, so it was probably bought just for that purpose.
Yeah, but I have a suitcase like that from that era, and they were made of plastic, right? Yeah. And if they're plastic, they'll last a long time and still look pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think it matters. Yeah, I don't think it matters whether the briefcase was new or not.
No, he probably dumped it out the back. It's probably sitting out there. I'm a little surprised that hasn't shown up. But just north of Ariel is the deep dark Death Woods.
Absolutely. No, there's no. And so it's funny. Cooper. Look, Mac had his own briefcase he claimed to have a bomb in there, right? Same thing. He was emulating Cooper. Mac's briefcase, Mac jumped out over farmland in Indiana, right? Mac's briefcase was never found. Okay. They found his submachine gun. They found his pants that they said blew off of him. But, Mac was wearing blue jeans under his suit pants. He was wearing a suit and he had blue jeans. So he tossed his clothes out the back and the FBI said, his clothes blew off of him. It's like, well, no, he just, but Mac's briefcase was never found. So if Mac's briefcase is not found in farm country, that's some heavy forest north of there. That is like Mount St. Helens type stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's not.
Had he jumped a little earlier, this would be a whole different story, right?
Yeah.
It would have been buried and gone. There would be no Tina Barr. There would,
What do you think, Tom, about? So in my video about Cooper see, Tom does not watch my videos, people. I'm insulted. Tom
watched a couple of them. But generally, you got to understand, I'm into this for the scientific investigation. I'm counting on all you guys to do the heavy lifting. All right. Yes. This guy here, sitting to my right in the video here, he's got a memory that is nonstop, right? And he's a walking encyclopedia of this stuff. I don't have to know all this stuff. I just ask Ryan.
Just ask me. Yes, that's what it's like. Bill Mitchell's like, I just ask Ryan. He knows. Bill's like, this guy knows more about what I did than I do. And it's just, I always tell people it's funny that the first time I met Bill, I was at CooperCon and I was talking about the mystery bag, and Bill and Nancy House are the only people, and Tina, who saw the mystery bag. So Bill saw the mystery bag. So I'm on stage and I'm like talking about the mystery bag and I'm bloviating and everything. And I'm like, and Bill right here, Bill saw the mystery bag, and Bill looks at me going, he's like, I didn't say that. And like, I get off the stage after we're done and Bill goes, Hey, Ryan, I didn't see any mystery bag or Cooper. And I said, oh boy, I hate to be the, well, actually guy, but I was like, well, actually, in your 302 from the night of the hijacking, you said the guy had a bag with him. He's like, really? And I said, well, here on the phone, I showed it to him. He's like, I'll be damned, Okay.
I can't remember what I did, a year ago. So it's not unusual.
I disagree with this. The guy says if he jumped in street shoes, there's a good chance they came off. I disagree. there are guys who skydive in flip flops, literally, and for some reason they don't come off. So I don't think Cooper losing his shoes. Let's see. Well, actually, yes, I do push my nerd glasses up. Peru, Indiana.
Thanks for the heavy lifting comment.
Yes, somebody said Tom does that.
Yeah.
Tom does do that heavy lifting. Could there have been some form of a radio to communicate with an accomplice? Look, folks, the only way an accomplice works, the only way, in my opinion, the only way, because Cooper has no freaking idea where he's going to jump. Okay. He did not give them enough information to specify a flight path. I mean, remember, in the audio we have them like saying, are we going to take this route or this route or this route? So Cooper had no idea. Cooper knew that we're going to fly south. That's about it. Okay. So the only way an accomplice was going to work with Cooper is if you tell the accomplice, look, I don't know when I'm going to get to a phone. I don't know where I don't know when I'm going to jump or where I'm going to jump, because who knows. But just stay by the phone, and I will get to a phone eventually, and I will call you and let you know where I am.
Yeah, but Mark likes the radio thing because Mark likes radios, right? So Mark wants to think that a radio was involved, and if anyone's going to figure out whether a radio is involved, it'll be Mark.
It'll be Mark.
So this is the kind of thing we need people. We need people with local expertise on something to look at all the evidence and see if you can put a piece together no one else sees because they don't have the background.
Yes,
that's why I stay in my lane.
Yeah, right. Well, So this guy's asking about, he's saying he would not jump at night over a forest. And he's just saying, why didn't they, if they didn't
want to go at night, he left early. Everybody misses this. Everything got delayed. He was going to jump during the day if everything went right.
No, I disagree with that.
No, I'll go toe to toe with you on that one.
Well, remember, Cooper's demand is, I want everything by 5 p.m. It is pitch dark.
Yeah, but when did he get on? When was the plane supposed to land in Seattle?
At 3:30.
Okay. Turnaround time half an hour. He'd be leaving at 4.
I think he knew they were going to take a while to get his shit together. I mean,
no, I think it was delay after delay. Sure. And did it land at 4 or was it supposed to land at 4? Because it's a 20-minute flight.
No, it's supposed to land at 3:30.
Okay. So if things were going in his head, he would have been landing at 3:30. I'm going to have a half-hour turnaround time. I'm in the air again at 4, and I'm jumping before sunset, and then let him try and find me in the dark.
God, I mean,
what was he gonna do? Stay on the plane till it got dark?
I guess so. Good point.
I think people miss that. I think he was going during the day. I'll die on that hill.
I mean, but but that's just begging for a chase plane to spot you. All right, and that's just asking for it.
If you were a diver, you wouldn't pull. You take off and you drop 10,000 feet and pull low.
You pull low, yeah. And if you're jumping in the daytime, you can see how high you are. I guess if you're going to pull low. No. Tina Barr does not need a full book. Tina Barr, that would be like the Voynich manuscript. It'd be
all about my research. That's all that book would be. Is all about my research and what the FBI screwed up on.
Yeah. Look, I mean, here's why I think that he knew it was going to take a long time, though, Tom. Remember, in his first demand, he says, I want everything by 5 p.m. So, I mean, that's his first demand. So I think he understood it was going to take a while.
And he was on the plane headed towards Seattle?
Yeah.
Literally. Before they landed, he said, I want everything by 5 p.m.
Yeah. In the very first communication from Radicek, it says, $200,000 and 4 parachutes by 5 p.m. So,
okay, I'll give you some points for that one. Some points for that one.
I just don't. I think that'd be so. Hey, hello, Jamie. Jamie's in the chat. Just the word itself, negotiable, is a weird one. Yeah, I know that. What is Cooper's grudge? I don't think he had. Every criminal I have ever defended has a grudge. Everybody's bitching about some. Everybody's got an excuse. So Cooper's grudge is, who knows? I mean, it could be a girlfriend who spurned him or something. I mean, everybody's got a grudge. Every criminal has a grudge. I think that was just something cool he said, because Tina says, are you picking on our airline, sir? He goes, nah, I just have a grudge. Or he says, I don't have a grudge against your airline. I just have a grudge. Cool thing to say.
Yeah, you can't put any meat on that. Was bones.
No, there's no meat on that. Let's see. Oh yeah, Tom, I was going to ask you. In my video, I had a video recently about, was Cooper a Canadian? And I listed several reasons why. For one thing,
I promoted that idea years ago. Yeah, because of the Cooper comic, the Dan Cooper comic and all that stuff. he knew what was going on, but he wasn't worried about it, so he probably wasn't sticking around. If you went over the border and spent the money, it would never be seen again.
Well, and remember, Cooper sends it makes sense. You send the plane as far south as possible because when you're jumping out, you're going to go north. I mean, he's going to go north.
I think he wanted to go a long distance so they wouldn't know where he jumped out.
Well, sure.
He never anticipated that they knew where he jumped.
Never.
He didn't anticipate that was going to be a marker, right?
No.
So he thought they're going to have 3,000 miles to look for me. He has settled for Reno.
Well,
But
it serves.
I think he was completely relaxed when he got to the road. I think he was completely relaxed, thinking they're never going to find me. They don't know where I jumped. I'm going to take my time and get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I guarantee you, when Cooper sees them starting to look around aerial and stuff, he goes, "I got him. How'd they figure that shit out?" I mean, I bet he was. I'm like, that's weird. Because Cooper would have no way of knowing about this at all. And for people to say he faked the pressure bump, you can't fake the pressure bump without 200 pounds being off of the.
No, they didn't fake the pressure bump.
You can't do that.
All just chat. No, we have pretty damn good handle on a lot of this stuff. There were 12. I did that in my first talk on Cooper. There were 12 radars on him at the same time and all that. It was visible the entire way. The plane was visible by radar the entire way. There was no question about that stuff. And
we know where the plane was. Well, and now again, we have the document now. I'm sure maybe you've seen, or maybe you haven't, but we have the actual transcript now from. Well, it's been in the files for a while. It's been deep in the files, but I'm promoting it now. I know Flyjack found it first, but because hello Flyjack, I'm sure you're watching. Love you, miss you. We have the transcript of the oscillations call, right? We've got Radchek saying, "Oh, we're getting oscillations in the cabin rate of climb indicator. We think he's doing something with the stairs back there." Then, oh, it literally says, "Oh."
I read that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
It says at this moment,
we saw that.
Yeah, it says at this moment, co-pilot turns his head to look at the cabin rate of climb indicator gauge, and his headphones pop off because he's like, ugh. It's a very violent reaction. Like, what the hell was that? So basically, we have the pressure bump occurring on the oscillations call. So like, that's why I'm very confident. I mean, dying on the hill that he jumps at 811, 812. Okay, period. Yeah. Because I mean, it's the FBI did not invent that. No one invented, I'm going to have the co-pilot turning his head because of a sudden change in pressure. But it's
no, it's true. And we saw the timing is interesting because when we were in the FBI archives, we saw letters that were written by people that were listening on the radio at the time, right? They were amateurs listening on the radio.
Yeah.
And they were writing stuff down and time stamping it. And when it came to the pressure bump thing, they all time stamped within a minute. So remember, back then it was all analog clocks, so it couldn't be super accurate. But they're all within about a minute or two, right? So it wasn't a tremendously off.
Yeah. No, it's all, again, everything is 8. I mean, we have the Northwest Airlines guys who are handwriting their handwritten notes, listening to it in real time. And all of them have 811 or 812 circled, for that. I mean, so again, the FBI is not going to invent co-pilot turned his head because of sudden change in pressure. No, they got that from the source. I got that from Radchek. Rest in peace, Bill. Did you ever meet Bill Radchek or talk to him at all?
No.
Do you ever have any? No. I don't think anybody really did.
We had dinner with Ralph Himmelsbach, though, the first time we went out there.
How was that?
That was fun. It was interesting. It was a bunch of us went, Jeff Gray and my team, and Brian was there. So it was kind of like a reunion thing.
He was a curmudgeon of an old man, I'm guessing.
Only when it came to Cooper. Other than that, he was quite nice. Yeah, he was nice.
Okay. I mean, everyone seemed to like Ralph, except the Seattle FBI office, who thought he was grandstanding a lot. They're like, "You are not the case agent, dude. We are." I mean, again, we have this very. I'm gonna show this for everybody. We have this very passive aggressive memo in the FBI files, where they are where basically they are bitching. Where is it? I've got it right here. Here it is. Yeah. They counted up how many times Ralph was on the radio. So this is bitching between offices. This is the Seattle office writing a memo to the headquarters saying, Agent Himmelsbach in Portland is always on TV, is always on the radio talking about Cooper. He is not the case agent. And here we go.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. It's
politics, the FBI.
Yeah,
well, guys, I'm going to let you handle the last half hour on your own. I've got to go to dinner.
You're leaving. Okay. Well, let me exit this. So just real quick, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6. So on the anniversary in 76, 5-year anniversary, Himmelsbach did 16 radio interviews, 4 television interviews, and what is that? 10 newspaper interviews. They cataloged it just to bitch at him.
He was the face of the Cooper DB, the DB Cooper FBI. That's whoever gets there first wins. And that's what he did. That's what
all right. Well, Tom's going to dinner. Bye, Tom.
Bye, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. We appreciate it. I hope I'm living up to everybody's expectations. We're going to try and come up with some new stuff for next year. We will see. Well, I want to reiterate, though, about the particles that we've done over 450,000 particles now. So we don't expect there's going to be a lot of new information coming out of the particles at this point. I think we've come across it already. So hopefully this new stuff, which hopefully will be molecular, not elemental, will show some new stuff. And Macron being on our side is very good. So as long as we do not criticize Macron, do not call Macron, do not bitch about anything to Macron, and we'll keep him on our side. Let's not lose this connection. Okay. All right. Well, I'm leaving this whole thing in very good hands over here. Ryan's very good hands, and it's going to be an interesting time. And I hope you enjoyed it. And I want to see y'all at CooperCon.
Yes.
All right, come to CooperCon,
please.
We need about double the number of people next year. It'll be a lot more fun. And remember, it's not just going to the talks during the day. We go out to dinner afterwards. We hang out in the hotel lobby till the end of the night, which for some people is like 3 a.m.
Get fall down drunk sometimes.
It's a ton of fun. It's all Cooper all the time, and everybody's really great. And for me, it's one of the most fun things I attend every year too.
Every year,
science things are nowhere near as fun as CooperCon.
Not stuffy. It's not stuffy at all. So y'all come. Thanks, Tom.
All right, guys. Thanks. See you later.
Cheers. Bye. So, all right. Tom is leaving us now. Tom's gone. Hey, it's me. I'm full screen now. I've grown. I have morphed into giant Ryan. Hello, people. Hello, lovely people. So I'm with you. I've got 180 of my closest friends here. What do y'all want to talk about? What do you want to talk about with Cooper? What's going on? What are we going to talk about? Hey, Ryan. Hello, Max. On your video on the audio analysis, you mentioned that Radicek was frustrated that his subtle hints on trying to get Cooper to drown were not picked up. Why do you think he washed so subtle? Well, it could be that he may have been afraid that Cooper was listening in. So McCoy had a radio, and McCoy was actually able to eavesdrop on the communications from the cockpit. So that's what I think. I think they may have been perhaps concerned that Cooper was listening in. And that might be why he's like, look, let's drown the guy. I mean, if they had said that, I mean, they were really afraid of the bomb. Let's just be very clear about that. If you listen to the audio, you can hear Paul Soderlund back in Minneapolis, being comfy in his office chair. Soderlund is like, it occurs to me the guy in the back isn't going to know if the flaps are at 15 or 5. So you can always just put him at 5 if you wanted to. And they just ignore him. They're like, no, we're not going to do that. So they also have, Soderlund's like, you might want to raise the altitude. So he basically Soderlund's saying, raise the altitude so Cooper passes out from hypoxia. And they don't do that. They don't do shit to deviate from Cooper's demands ever at any point in the hijacking. Never. Not one time. The only real mess up they did was they did not give him his money bag. They did not give him his money in a knapsack, which Cooper's a strange guy. I've come to the conclusion, I don't know if he's autistic or something, but Cooper's a little off. Now, again, you got to be a little off to commit aircraft piracy to begin with. That's not a thing that regular people engage in. So Cooper's a little strange to begin with. Yeah, why Cooper didn't say, hey, go get a book bag off some dorky kid in the airport and bring me my freaking book bag. Instead, he spends an hour and a half of his time, people, with 90 feet of shroud lines. He cut 90 feet of shroud lines to freaking MacGyver this money bag and then tie it to himself. Like, instead of just saying, hey, bring me a freaking knapsack, he bitches about it. You know, Radachek says he hears Cooper saying, I wanted this in a knapsack. But they don't bring it to him in a knapsack, right? So I think that Cooper's original idea, if I could find, I think Cooper's original idea was to wear a book bag. So when Cooper says a knapsack, he's talking about a book bag, whatever. His original idea, I think, was to wear it backwards like this. So if you wear it backwards and then you strap your parachute up to it and then you strap your parachute over it, it ain't going anywhere, right? That's a very good idea. So that was his idea, was to have it in a knapsack, and where it acts like a belly bag for, again, paratroopers have belly bags. I think that's what his idea was. You can fight me on that, but I'm pretty sure that if you ask for a knapsack and you're going to jump out of a plane with a parachute, the only way to wear a knapsack is backwards. And again, you wear it backwards and strap your straps on over it. Bada bing, bada boom. That money is not going anywhere. So why he didn't just ask for his freaking book bag, hi Dana, is bizarre. And yeah, exactly, mystery bag. There you go. Easy to hike out with the cash. Drop your parachute, put your backpack on the right way. You're rolling. So whereas, you know, with this freaking thing, you gotta. This is no joke, people. This thing's heavy. All right. He could have said the same thing about the parachutes. What the hell are you trying to do? No D-rings on the parachutes. Now, Dusty, I disagree with you. He says knapsack isn't a word in the common vernacular. It was then. I've actually done word searches for knapsack in 1971, and the word if you go to newspapers.com and type in knapsack, like 1971, it shows you every time knapsack was used everywhere in any newspaper in the country or in Canada. It's used universally. Back then, knapsack was. So nice thought to try to, say, well, maybe only Canadians use knapsack. But no, that was a common word at the time for a book bag. I mean, they didn't call it a book bag back then. They just called it a knapsack or a backpack, I guess, but knapsack. Let's see. The expression backpack came much later. Yeah. Where did all the money, the bomb? Look, Jay, the bomb, again, Cooper has 30 minutes over flying. They're flying for 30 minutes over a forest, essentially. Okay. That's that. I forget the name of that forest, but it's a forest. At any point during those 30 minutes, he's just tossing the briefcase out there. And that thing landed with a thud somewhere in the woods. We're never going to find that. But it's out there. Wendina says, Boomer here. We said knapsack for a hiking situation. Interesting. Yes, Seth, Pigeon Springs could be where the briefcase is, not where Cooper jumped, but, I wonder if I have there's a really neat graph. I wonder if I have it in my Mac folder for McNally. A really cool graphic that shows, damn it, I never have what I want, people, do I? I never have what I want organized. There is a map that exists that shows where Mac's items were found. Mac was throwing shit out every 5 minutes from the plane. So like his gun was found and his clothes were found. And So I think Cooper did the same thing. He just spaced out when he chunked the crap out the plane. That's what I think. Somebody's asking about marcelled hair. We've got multiple people saying that Cooper had wavy hair. Alice Hancock uses the term wavy. Hal Williams uses the term wavy. Robert Gregory says marcelled. So his hair was not like just straight hair like mine would be, right? It had something to it. It had some kink in it. But it's weird though, because Tina Mucklow says Cooper's hair had no wave or kink to it. So that's what Tina says. But again, I don't think Tina is. Yes, I have seen Without a Paddle. I saw Without a Paddle before I was before I was into Cooper, for sure. Is knapsack a backpack? Yes. Knapsack is this, a backpack. It's a backpack. It's just, that was the term for a school book bag back in Cooper's era. Remember, Cooper was born in the 1920s, people. Probably. So knapsack. Let's see. A knapsack, not a nutsack. With the 8:11 jump time, I mean, there's a delay on the teletype. I think Cooper's probably jumping more to 8:12. But my current idea of where Cooper jumps, let me pull it up for you guys. Flight path. I hate this. StreamYard sucks because they only let me upload a certain number of images where I can just have it on the thing here. But yeah, basically that's where I've got him jumping, landing somewhere around there. So basically, that's gonna be a View. It's a town called View, View, would be probably the northernmost limit for me, and then Hyson would be the southernmost. So somewhere between View, Washington, and Hyson, I think that's where he's jumping out. That's my take on it. Because remember, the wind's going to blow him to the northeast. If he pulls immediately, he's going to go 2 to 3 miles northeast of the flight path. And I do think he pulls pretty quickly. I just think I don't know. I mean, again, I have no way of knowing that. But not that it mattered. I guess it wouldn't matter. But again, he had cloud cover beneath him, and you can get vertigo pretty quickly jumping like that. So I do think he probably pulled immediately, especially if Cooper's a paratrooper. You can pretty much simulate a paratrooper jump by pulling immediately, because paratroopers, their static lines are pulled immediately when they jump. So I don't know if Cooper was a free fall parachutist. I think we have good evidence now that Cooper was a paratrooper, with the idea of having his belly bag, with the jumping with a dummy reserve that he knew was a dummy reserve. That's a paratrooper thing. They need to do a serious DB movie and have me as the pilot. I'm not nearly as handsome as Bill Radicek, and I'm not nearly as frumpy as Bill Scott. So I could be Andy Anderson. I could be the flight engineer. Actually, if I had to play somebody on the plane, I would be, well, some people are saying I am turning into Cooper myself. You are what you eat, right? Some people say I'm looking more like Cooper every day. Which might be true. But Larry Feingold, passenger Larry Feingold was a prosecutor. I was a prosecutor. So I could be Larry Feingold. Didn't he bring an altimeter with him? We don't know about that. He would have been smart to do that. Could have been in his mystery bag, but we're not sure. I'm not from the U.S. Can someone explain what does negotiable American currency mean? It sounds like he was trying to be slick and using technical terms, but effectively saying he wants the real stuff. We don't know what the hell he meant by negotiable American currency. In fact, if you go to newspapers.com and you type in negotiable American currency and ignore all the Cooper stuff, if you go negotiable American currency before 1971, you will literally find in all of humanity newspapers that have been documented, you will find like 5 times that phrase existed. 5. It's that low. Swear to God. It is a weird ass thing to say. Again, every other hijacker I've ever studied just says, give me $500,000. I want $500,000. You know, why he put a qualifier on it as if they were going to give him pesos or something. They're going to give him Deutschmarks. He's committing a again, people, it's not complicated. This is a bank robbery. The Cooper hijacking is a clever bank robbery. It's not a CIA spook job. It's not anything like this, not an inside job. It is a clever bank robbery, period. That's all it is, okay? And why he would, well, Mystery Bag says, it makes me wonder if he actually said it. He either said, Tina has him saying, Tina tells the FBI, he says, circulated U.S. currency. She says that the night of the hide. As soon as she gets off the plane, tells the FBI, circulated U.S. currency. So there you go. But we have it in the transcript. Radachek says negotiable American currency. So who knows? By the way, what do y'all think of, let's show y'all something. What do you guys think of, I'm trying to think of some of my, my latest, some of my latest clips here. Let me try to find something for you guys. I'm trying to do my AI is getting pretty decent lately, I would say. I think that which of these, yeah, this looks pretty damn good. I think this is good. I think this is a good job. What do you guys think of this AI? What do you think? I'm gonna get this AI perfect one day. Like, I swear to God, people, I am spending a lot of money on my computer to make sure I can make my own AI. I'm getting there. So I'm uploading something, and you guys let me know. Does this look? How does this look? I mean, I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better at it. So there we go again. There's Tina. Not bad. Not bad. What do you guys think? No swearing. You know, Cooper didn't swear. Not that we know of. Coop drinking bourbon. Yes, I do have the I did have Cooper. That is one that I is this the one? Let's see. I think this is the one that I made of him drinking bourbon. Yeah. What do y'all think of this one? This is Cooper drinking. Again, I'm doing this myself. This is not, I'm using obviously different AI stuff, but this is my computer. I'm not, this is me generating this stuff myself. So not bad. Not bad. Yeah. This one turned out a little wonky, I would say. This one here, it's not bad. I mean, again, these are all rough drafts of things I'm doing. Like, this isn't bad. So, yeah. I mean, it's all early stages, but I'm getting there, people. Your earlier AI Coopers make him look hot. I know. Yeah, spilling his drink. I would like that. Now, some of the AIs are really funny. Like, in fact, let me try to find one. I'm going to try to find one for you guys. If you'll stick with me, my favorite, because it does really weird generations. When you do the AI, you know, it's like the Forrest Gump box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get when you do an AI Cooper. Let me try to find the one that was really funny, because some of them are really, really damn funny. Let's see. Where is it? Let's see. Bear with me, people. I didn't realize I made so many of these. I was trying to. I was looking at some of these that are just. I'm sorry. Some of these are just silly people. Sorry. I'm just getting tickled. But I'm trying to find for you guys. I'm sorry. This is terrible podcasting, by the way. I'll have to trim this out. If you're listening on the pod, I am very sorry that you're having to listen to this. But there is one that I really do want to show you guys. That I think that, yeah, this is the one. Okay, all right. That one for sure is pretty damn funny. Okay, I found both of them. Okay, I found both the ones I want to show you. Here, I'm back, people. Sorry. Thank you for sticking with me as I did this. I have 184 watching. If you guys like me, you can. If you don't like me, then piss off. But here's another. These are the funny ones that I need to make. I think I'm going to do that. I'll make an outtake reel of ones that didn't work, because some of them are really funny. Like this one's good. Like, what is that? It's Heineman. It's Heineman. Hello, Flyjack, if you're watching. This is how I picture Heineman. Like that's kind of, although Heineman was kind of chilled out a lot of the time, but not always. Nah. That one's pretty good. And then this is a blooper too. Now this one, I have no comment on this one. I did not intend. I was trying to have the stewardesses talk to Cooper. This is my old AI. This is my old engine. So it does not look as good as the new stuff, right? I mean, it doesn't look like this anymore, right? AI is getting better every day, right? But the old one, I was trying to have the stewardesses just talking to Cooper, and it did this. So this is no comment on this one. Yeah. Just I did not tell it to do that. Sorry. Good stuff there. Reporting in from Heineman country. It's cold. I bet it's cold. Let's see if I've got other some of the other bloopers turned out pretty funny. But anyway, was this one a good one? No. Anyway, so what do y'all I don't want to bore you guys with my AI the whole time. So what do we want to talk about right now? What do y'all think? Tell me what. Okay. Do you think there's someone alive who knows who Cooper was? Like, if they know for certain, no. Yeah. I think that's why we don't know who Cooper was. Cooper, I don't think Cooper, hello, Bill. Hello, Bill. I think Cooper just didn't tell anybody, honest to God. I think that's why we don't know. I mean, the only person who can keep a secret is one. It's you. You're the only person who can keep a secret. How much weight do I put into the Gunther book? 0. I mean, 0. It is fan fiction, essentially. It's a great book. I mean, it's extremely, extremely well read. I mean, well written. A great read, damn good book. But no. I mean, again, it's preposterous. I mean, if Max Gunther was if Max Gunther actually believed that this information led to, you know, that he was, if Max Gunther actually believed this story, I mean, look, he talks about in the book, you know, Cooper was he rode crew at Syracuse after being a paratrooper in World War II. Do you know how freaking easy it would be to find a guy who rode crew at Syracuse who was a paratrooper in World War II? I mean, come on. Find that instantly. And if you're saying, well, he changed some facts so people wouldn't get onto it. Look, if Gunther, do you really think that if Gunther Gunther would have won a Pulitzer Prize if he had written a book about Cooper? Gunther would have crawfished this woman. If she was actually Cooper, if she was actually giving him information that could have led to Cooper's identity, he would have just found Cooper himself and wrote that story and been like, sorry, babe, sorry, Clara, I'm going to win my Pulitzer Prize. I'm going to find who Cooper was. I'll be remembered forever. Nah. Did you already expose the new suspect at CooperCon? No. I did not. Yeah, he would have wrote whatever you wanted for a few bucks. Yeah, I agree. Look, Max Gunther he wrote books. Max Gunther wrote books on how to get rich quick and how to score. He's like Tucker Max. Remember Tucker? Do you guys remember Tucker Max? Anybody who's my age, who's a man, you remember the Tucker Max thing? What was that book called? I hope they serve beer in hell. That's Max Gunther was like Tucker Max, essentially. I don't think the American Civil War was modern. Why are we talking about the Civil War? Anyone know where Darren is? Darren's around. I talked to Darren today on the phone. Eventually, we'll see an AI of Cooper waving goodbye to Tina. Sure. I mean, I've done that. I've got AIs of him waving goodbye to Tina. They didn't turn out very good, though. I mean, he looks like Forrest Gump. I mean, look at this. It's hard to tell AI to make somebody wave. So this is the best I came up with for him waving at Tina. Didn't turn out very good. It looks like shit. To be honest with you, looks terrible. But it's funny. But if you remember Forrest Gump, how Forrest Gump used to wave at people, looks like Forrest Gump. Now, Dwayne Webber, the Forrest Gump of DB Cooper. Remember, Dwayne Webber was everywhere, just like Forrest Gump was everywhere. That was like shit. I'm embarrassed by my old AI. Geez, I'm getting all these questions. Oh my God. Okay, let me take a drink of my. By the way, Rain White Gummy Bear is a very good flavor. On a scale of 1 to 10, what are the chances that more new audio from Flight 305 will be released at CooperCon 2026? 10. 10. There are things in the works. There are things in the works. And in fact, well, I won't even say anything. There are things in the works. Ryan smashing Rain energy drinks wasn't on my 2025 bingo cards. I'll smash any energy drink. How do you think I'm this way? Tucker Max and Voynich references on the same podcast. You're a Renaissance man. I also discussed Beetlejuice going supernova too. I do not care to elaborate. but there may be different sources of audio. Just saying. We may have found another source of audio. Maybe. We'll see. Ryan, if the parachute was non-steer, could Cooper have been blown off course? He didn't have a course. What course is he being blown off of? I mean, he's not a skydiver. He's not trying to land somewhere. He didn't have a course. It didn't matter if he could steer or not. The only reason he would need to steer at all is to try to avoid hitting a tree. And you can pull on the risers a little bit. Remember the paratrooper motto, the song, right? We pull upon the risers, we fall upon our ass. We never land up. Well, no. We pull upon the risers, we fall upon the grass. We never land upon our feet. We always hit our ass. Aye, aye, gosh almighty, who the hell are we? Flim, flam, bim, bam, we're airborne infantry. I bet you didn't have me singing the 101st Airborne's song today, did you, either? Voynich manuscript. I'd listened to Ryan talk about that. You know, I don't know what to think about that. I mean, it is dated to the time period. I mean, it's dated to the 1600s or something. So, I mean, somebody was on some magic mushrooms, I think. Do I live in Jackson, Mississippi? Yes. Like the Johnny Cash song. There's also a Kid Rock song about Jackson, Mississippi. It's a living hell. Did you get a chance to check out the Bill Cooper interview? I mean, the Michael Cooper interview? Yes, I know. Yeah, I know what Michael says. Again, Michael Cooper, nice guy, but embellishing things. Michael Cooper, Jack Alms, passengers who have embellished things over the years, all three are still alive. Jack Olmsted, Michael Cooper, and Larry Feingold have all embellished things. Again, Feingold's like, I got a good look at Cooper. I would remember his face. Larry told the FBI that night, I never saw the guy. I don't know. I had no idea. And Larry Feingold works with the FBI. He's a federal prosecutor. He's not going to lie to them. Do I know that the doctor who operated on Patrick Mahomes, I can't do a Chris Collinsworth. Patrick Mahomes. I love Patrick Mahomes. I can't do Chris Collinsworth, sorry. Dan Cooper's the name. 1400 AD. It might be medieval, the Voynich manuscript. Maybe it is. It's old, though. I mean, it's really old. Somebody got on some magic mushrooms, though. I'll say that. Because you have to be on some magic mushrooms to be doing that crap. Voynich is interesting. Other source besides the one from a few weeks back? Yes, possibly have another source. I wish I was in the USA and could make it to CooperCon. It sounds very fun. CooperCon's great. CooperCon is great, people. It's a lot of fun. ADHD and energy drinks don't look good together. Actually, it doesn't affect me really. Remember, I take Adderall. My pill bottle literally says amphetamine. I can fall asleep on it. You see, that's how you know when people are bullshitting about having ADHD is you give somebody Adderall or an energy drink and see how they react. If they can fall asleep on it, then they have ADHD because my brain chemistry is different than other people. If somebody who did not have ADHD took amphetamine, they're going to be, it's like cocaine, right? I can fall asleep on Adderall. Like I do. So, because my brain chemistry is different. So no, energy drinks don't really do much for me. I don't know why. I don't even know why I drink them, honestly, because they don't do much. Nikki's away working on the audio. I don't know what Nikki's doing. I hope he's on a date. That's what I hope. I hope Nikki's out with a chick. That's what I hope. I can fall asleep on Adderall. Yep. If you can fall asleep on Adderall, you have ADHD because your brain chemistry. Is Mac okay? I heard he was sick. Mac's fine. Mac is just fine. Let's see. Is there any mystery you like besides Cooper? Well, I did like the Somerton Man mystery until my good friend now, Colleen Fitzpatrick, solved it 2 years ago. I liked that. Turns out it's a great big nothing. It was a dud. It was just some local dude. How they never pieced it together who he was, I don't know, but it was just some dude who was my dad in the 101st Airborne. No. My dad was a forward observer from 68 to 1970, attached to the 25th Infantry Division. Do I now hate Lane Kiffin? I've always hated Lane Kiffin, but I don't hate him. I can't hate Lane Kiffin. He's just a weirdo. I mean, I don't hate him. I thank him for what he did for our school. And do I have interest in Zodiac Killer? No, not at all. I don't do murder mysteries because I was a prosecutor, and I prosecuted murder trials. I've done death penalty cases. I have convicted people and put them on death row. I did that for a living for years. I have seen enough crime scene photos. I have listened to mothers of murdered people cry in my office. It's very real. I don't do bloodshed. So I genuinely have I don't have PTSD, but I don't. I've seen enough nasty crime scene photos and autopsy photos, and I've been to things I don't know. That's my day job. Is doing that kind of stuff. Cooper's a clean crime, as clean as it can get. Cooper, JFK, and Amelia Earhart are my top 3 mysteries. Okay. I was a lone gunman guy until reading the book about Skip Hall. I'll tell you something. I think Skip Hall is more likely to be the second shooter than to be Cooper. He's a good suspect, but Skip Hall might have shot JFK, people. just saying. Just saying. But reading that book was the first time I was like, damn, it might be a conspiracy to kill JFK. I was a lone gunman guy, but not anymore. Amelia Earhart, I am a Nikki Maruru guy. I am a Gardner Island crash guy. I think there's a lot of evidence for that. I mean, that they found female bones on that island that were lost in World War II. They found American female cosmetics products from the 30s on that island. This is an uninhabited island, people. I think that she ran out of fuel and landed on Gardner Island and died as a castaway. I think that Fred Noonan died early on. I think he was injured in the crash landing. Because I think there was a girl who intercepted audio of Amelia Earhart, they think, giving a distress call. And the woman is the voice. What the girl wrote down was something about he is injured, he's hurt, something like that. So I think Fred was hurt in that crash and died. They found a wheel there. Yes, the Bevington object. I mean, look, people, I'll pull that up. The Bevington object. If you ever wonder about Amelia Earhart, I mean, my God, the U.S. State Department, back when Hillary was not to get political, but back when Hillary was Secretary of State, she actually had the State Department. I guess Hillary is interested in Amelia Earhart stuff. But if we look at the Bevington object, okay, so there is a British ship was passing. Those who don't know, a British ship was passing by Gardner Island back when it was uninhabited, and this random guy on a British ship just took a picture of this island, right? Just whatever. I'm just going to take a picture of a random island. And here's the photograph he took. Okay, just a regular photograph, of an island, Gardner Island. But if you zoom in, there is an object sticking out of the reef next to the island that looks exactly. This is a Lockheed Electra wheel. So Amelia Earhart's had a crash landing in Hawaii a month earlier, and when she crash landed, the wheel came off. That is a Lockheed Electra wheel. If you look at the object, look at that. That is right angles and things, people. That should not be in the South Pacific in 1938. Okay. There are no aircraft flying in that area at all. Again, that's why Amelia Earhart was so brave, is because airplanes didn't fly there. So ever before her. So that is a man-made object of some sort. Looks like a tire. Looks exactly like a Lockheed Electra wheel sticking out of a reef. That's pretty damn good evidence, I think. Yeah, to say it's in the middle of nowhere would be an understatement. There's nothing and nothing and nothing out there. Yeah, it's truly nothing. It's something. Did Mac contribute to the FBI investigation to Cooper? No. Although they did kick his ass for a while. Am I going to try and get Rob Hetty to answer the phone to come to CooperCon? Yeah, he'll come. Yeah, Rob will come next year, I think. Yeah, sure. And, Rob already came. Rob came to the Cooper Symposium back in 2013. And now I'm interested in Amelia Earhart. That's wild. No, and look, no. Blurry, that can be anything? No way, man. That's not... It's blurry, but look, it's got right angles. There are no right angles in nature. It doesn't work like that. I mean, that is not nothing. For that to be the exact same design and shape as a Lockheed Electra wheel and its wheel housing, come on. Give me a break. Good to see you here. Okay. Hi, Vordal. Yes, we have Milt's granddaughter here. That letter, Wendina, that letter that your grandfather wrote you is insane. That guy was a hoot. Milton, probably not Cooper, but God Almighty, what a funny guy. What an interesting individual. I mean, who makes contact lenses for their kids, and who has kids that would wear them? Vordal did. Let's see. Was she killed by the Japanese? No, she was killed by freaking giant crabs. Giant crabs. Amelia Earhart was very brave. Yes, she was. How good of a shot was Skip? I don't know. I mean, you don't have to be a good shot from that distance, honestly. If you've ever been to Dealey Plaza, it's eye-opening. If you go there in person, you realize how small that is. You're using a scoped rifle. Hard to miss. Hard to miss. Let's see. I like to imagine a scenario where Cooper was so nervous he got diarrhea and had to keep going to the bathroom. Well, he only went to the bathroom once, and it was probably to pee. The audio recordings are actually real recordings. Well, no shit. I have listened to recordings in depth. I believe the recording to be real, just from my experience. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, again, anybody who thinks we were faking, insane. This was not a MacBook. This was a lady recording a tape recorder on her phone. Why doesn't 7-Up sponsor CooperCon? I don't know. I mean, probably don't want to associate with criminals. What else we got, people? Any questions I missed? Why are we talking about someone rowing at college? Because that's what's in the book. That's what in Gunther's book, he says Cooper was a paratrooper who went to Syracuse, or maybe it was Rutgers. Was it Rutgers? It was Rutgers. Yeah. No, Gunther, though. Gunther, if you've not read Max Gunther's book, it is on archive.org. Again, great source, people. Archive.org. It is free to sign up. You can look at, they've got Ralph Himmelsbach's Norjack on there, fully scanned. You can read it online. They've got Tusaw's book. You can read it online. They've got Max Gunther. You can read it online. So it's got The Real McCoy. If you want to read that garbage, talk about fan fiction. Ooh, they straight up made up shit in that book. Very badly. Very badly. Let's see. Well, we have more audio. Eventually, when you jump out of a plane, how far do you fly? It depends on when you pull your parachute. If Cooper pulls his parachute immediately, he's like I said, he's going to drift. He's going to drift about 2 miles. 2 miles to the northeast. Ransom notes could have been lost in the jump. I don't think so. How was my Christmas? Very well. It was a great Christmas. Ryan, circulated U.S. currency sounds like he wanted worn, used money. He didn't get his demand, just new bank money. It wasn't new. The bills he got were from 1963 and 1969. But yeah, him saying circulated U.S. currency, he's definitely implying that he wants money that isn't marked. He wants it from like cash registers and things like, whatever. Didn't want marked money. I don't think marked money would have made a difference though. I mean, nobody's checking that crap. The only reason, marked money is only the ransom list that went out to these banks were only used. Nobody was checking individual 20s. They were only to be used if a transaction was flagged. Okay, now flagged, would be somebody came in with, I don't know, $5,000 of 20s or something, or I don't know, $10,000 worth of 20s or something. You get a flag transaction, and that would have made them look at the serial number list. But again, the numbers are non-sequential. So somebody walks in, you have 10,000 numbers, 10,000, and they're in no order. Somebody walks in with a 20, you would literally be spending days looking for those numbers, looking for one number that might not even be there. Which hand did he use to drink his 7 and 7? We don't know that. Don't know. But I don't know if Cooper was left-handed, but I think there's some indications he could have been. Flyjack doesn't like that because Heinemann was right-handed, but I think that's fine. Defend your suspect. He's got reasons for thinking Cooper's right-handed, but I think Cooper could have been a lefty. Lefties are weirdos too. I'm left-handed and I'm a weirdo, and lefties actually literally are more prone to having divergent thinking. And I do think Cooper had a lot of divergent thinking to do this heist. Although I do think that Cooper is a Cine copycat. I know people don't like thinking Cooper was a Cine copycat because that kills the Elsinore ghost. That kills the safe house conspiracy about the safe house in Kalama, I guess. That kills a lot of things for Cooper to be a copycat, but come on. What was the biggest mistake the FBI made other than SIGs and hair slide loss? Good question. I think them sitting on the tie was a mistake. And what I mean by that, I don't mean they sat on it, but I think that the FBI I know that the tie clip is, the tie clip is very common. It was sold in like the equivalent of like Walgreens back then. The tie clip is very. I've seen photographs of people wearing this exact tie clip before, but I think there could have been some utility in the FBI, promoting the tie clip. They sat on it. And what I mean by that is that the FBI, no one saw the tie until nobody saw the freaking tie until nobody saw it at all until Larry Carr showed it on TV. Okay. So I think that, and the reason that basically they kept the tie a secret because they wanted a way to like root out the real Cooper. They wanted a way to be like, okay, if somebody confessed to it, and people do falsely confess to things all the time, even when it gets them arrested. Like there were guys who showed up to the FBI's offices saying, I am DB Cooper, arrest me for it. So that sort of thing does happen. But I think that if the FBI had gone on to the media at the time and been like, we got this tie, we found this tie on the plane. Do you know somebody who looks like the sketch who had a tie like this? So I think that's a mistake that they did. The utility of being able to, flush out a fake Cooper is not as great as the utility of being able to say, hey, do you know somebody who wore this who looks like the freaking sketch? I think that there's more utility in that. So them hiding the sketch, I don't see the utility in that. Yeah, the FBI didn't record their interviews, which is dumb as hell. The utility in that is stupid as hell as well. That's dumb. He didn't want Canadian money. Why would he think? Again, it's a bank robbery, people. You're robbing a bank in America. You don't have to say, I want American money. They're not going to give you Deutschmarks. You're not getting ruples or yen. You're going to get dollars. Do I think Cooper lived overseas? Yeah, hell yeah. I think Cooper lived overseas for a while. Now that could be in the military. But yeah. Yeah, Cooper lived overseas. Cooper spent time overseas. But yeah, they did not keep good custody of the evidence. Again, the hair slide's gone. They got rid of I hate to blame them for getting rid of the cigarettes, but they shouldn't have done that. That was stupid. Even back then, you're not supposed to get rid of evidence. The area of the plane where Cooper sat and interacted with was dusted for fingerprints. Yes. Did they find prints they couldn't identify? Yes. So they recovered 11 partial fingerprints. Okay. 11 around his seat, which there's only one set of partial fingerprints found on the damn plane. And it's the ones by Cooper's seat, which again, what does that tell us? Cooper obfuscated his fingerprints somehow with glue or something. Okay. And you could say, well, maybe he wiped down his area. The reason I would say he did not wipe down his area is because we have his palm print, right? Remember, Cooper, that's what he did. That's why there's a palm print, because when he pushed down from his seat to stand up, he left a palm print. And Cooper would not have been worried about his, hey, Gonzo, I'm glad you made it live. I'm glad you made it live. A little late to the party. We're 3.5 hours in. No, Cooper's Cooper left behind a palm print, but Cooper is not going to obfuscate his palm prints or anything like that because no one took palm prints. The military still does not take palm prints. Law enforcement did not start taking palm prints until 2003, and that was just LAPD and NYPD at the time. So Cooper had no worries about leaving his palm print, but Cooper left an intact palm print on his seat, which if he had wiped his seat down, some people say maybe he used his, some people say, and not a bad idea. Some people say maybe Cooper took off his tie and just used it to wipe his seat of fingerprints. Not a bad idea. But again, we have a fully intact palm impression of DB Cooper, which means he did not wipe his seat down because that would have been smeared as well. Thank you for the super chat, Gonzo. I appreciate you. When were they in Vietnam? They used script Army. I don't know what you're saying. They used, I don't know about using Army script and not US dollars. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know about that. Is it true that Cooper's plane flew into the mid 90s? Yes. I believe Cooper's plane was taken apart in Greenville, Mississippi in, I think, 1996. It was sold for scrap metal. Yes. So his plane could be in the car you drive now. Is there a photo of the palm print? No, because it would be redacted. Okay, so technically that is, remember the FBI will redact things if somebody's alive or if their status is unknown. For example, we've got Captain Scott's palm prints. So his prints. So all the flight crew were fingerprinted. And some of the passengers were too. Bill was, some other people like that. Captain Scott's fingerprint card that the FBI took is actually in the 302s. We can see his fingerprints because he's dead. Okay, but because the palm print belongs to a unidentified person who could still be alive, they're not going to do that. First Live. S-Jab says, First Live, love your work, Ryan. The flight attendant who sat with Cooper the most, did she ever identify a mugshot or anyone specific as looking the most like Cooper? Yes. And I have FOIA'd for that picture. There is a mugshot of a guy. My understanding is that it is, so what they used to do, they would, when they would show somebody photos of a suspect, right? They would get 10 or 12 photographs. They would have like they'd have like 5 different suspects at the same time. And they would mix these photographs in with other photographs of random people just to have a control, right? And Tina said that she saw a photograph. There was one of the control photographs, essentially, of an unidentified Canadian guy from Ottawa, some mugshot of a random guy from Ottawa. And she said that she got a really weird feeling. It says in the 302, it says, Miss Mucklow says that she got a very queer feeling and felt shivers go down her spine when she saw this photograph. And I have FOIA'd for that photograph. And have not gotten it back yet. Is Alice Hancock still alive? Yes. All 3 stewardesses are alive. Sadly, Radicek died last month or October. So Andy is still alive. Andy Anderson is still alive, which is pretty cool. Here's a photograph of Andy. Andy was the flight engineer. Here is a photograph of Andy with somebody gave him a DB Cooper, his daughter, I think his daughter did actually, for his 90th birthday, somebody gave him a painting of DB Cooper, which is like, okay. A guy who threatened to kill you, but it's all right. So that's pretty sweet, isn't it? Andy, I need to call him. I need to do that. Good night, Indy Pack Rat. So, yes, but yeah, the stewardess did see a photograph of some random person, and I have FOIA'd for it. Darren, if you're reading, have Nikki and Ryan on your show to discuss it. Oh, good question. Good question. Ryan, have you tried the trick with the Cooper FBI file search that was used to see the redacted words in the Epstein files? Yes, I did. Believe me, the first thing I did, I said, oh, shit. It does not work because the Epstein files are blacked out. They have black redactions. The Cooper redactions are white redactions. They are white box redactions. So no, sadly. Did the FBI take palm prints of suspects? Hell yeah. In fact, that was their main way of eliminating suspects. Is these suspects would get bitchy, like, hey man, you're bothering me. Why are you always messing with me? FBI would say, hey, give us your palm print and we'll leave you alone. Many times in the FBI files, you'll see them tell a suspect, hey, just give us your palm print and we will eliminate you. That's how confident they were. And, famously, Rackstraw was a bitch to them. It was like, I'm not giving you my palm prints. He was being cute. Rackstraw's always being cute. That's why he's not Cooper. He's too cute to be Cooper. What I don't mean by cute as in like attractiveness, which he was also too attractive to be Cooper. Okay. But he's too cute. Like, he's like always making jokes about it. But Rackstraw said, I'm not giving you my palm prints. And this is when he was in custody. He was on trial for murdering his stepfather, which he did murder his stepfather, by the way. Philip was his stepfather's name. He did murder. He absolutely murdered his stepfather. But he was acquitted though. But while he was in custody, they asked for his palm prints. He goes, I'm not giving you shit. And so they actually wrote to the Attorney General's office, the FBI, saying, can we hold him down and make him give us a palm print? And before the Attorney General could write back, he was acquitted of the murder, was released from prison. A month later, steals a plane and is caught for stealing an airplane and is back in custody. And at that time, he freely gives his palm print. Sure, why not? Here you go. It's like, you jackass. So Rackstraw was just difficult his whole life. I'd have hated him. Why was Rackstraw ever a suspect? Because of himself. Rackstraw made himself a suspect. Okay? Rackstraw made himself a suspect. So Rackstraw was on, remember, Rackstraw killed his stepfather, then fled to Iran, where he worked as a helicopter pilot for a while. And he was indicted for the murder of his stepfather. And when they extradited him, the FBI got him, and he was extradited on the airplane, sitting with the FBI. Rackstraw starts, chit-chatting with the agents, and basically doing what Rackstraw does, just what he did all the time. He basically made him. He was like, I could have done the Cooper hijacking. He talked about it so much that actually have an illustration here. Actually made an illustration of it, of the moment when Rackstraw made himself a suspect, douchebag, an AI image. He just chatted to an FBI agent on the plane from Iran, and this FBI agent was like, this guy knows a lot about the hijacking and he won't shut up about it. Maybe we should investigate him. So Rackstraw made himself a DB Cooper suspect by chit-chatting while being extradited in handcuffs to America from Iran. So I'm not sure how many people made themselves a Cooper suspect. Quite a lot. Gossett made himself but like an official suspect would be Rackstraw. Gossett was dead by the time he became a real suspect. Have I ever passed a kidney stone? No. Why would you ask that? Can you provide your best guess as to how the money got to the sandbar? We discussed that earlier tonight. I literally don't know. I do not have a guess. The only thing I will say is I don't think Cooper knew how it got there either. Is that one of those convertible planes? Yes, it's one of those convertible planes. What happened to Shutter's website? I don't know. Shut down forever, I guess. And the drop zone's gone. Message boards are just getting old. You know, everybody does Facebook. If you're not in my Facebook group, you're missing out. Join my Facebook group, the official DB Cooper group. Just make you a Facebook profile just for this. I have people who are on my Facebook group who only sign in just to check. They're not on Facebook. They just have a profile just to get on the group. So the official DB Cooper group, click request, refresh your page, and you're in. Okay. The official Cooper group. Have I ever passed a kidney stone? Ryan, do you believe if you were alone with Rackstraw, he would kill you? No. Nicky Broughton was friends with Rackstraw. He was his weed dealer, actually, and did not kill. He did not kill Nicky, nor did he kill anyone else other than his stepfather that I know of, aside from NVA and Viet Cong, which he certainly killed a lot of them during Vietnam for sure. He was a very good soldier, very brave soldier. A lot of those message boards are moving to Reddit. Yeah, the Cooper Reddit's not bad. It's not bad at all, actually. How much does it cost to come to CooperCon for 3 days? $75. Have I showed any of the witnesses my AI videos? Speaking of which, yes, I did as a joke. I'll show you this one, people. This is a good one. I did recently show Bill Mitchell one of my AI videos as a gag, and he thought it was pretty funny. I texted Bill. Which one is it? Is it? Where is the one? There it is. I was trying to make an animation of Cooper giving his ticket to Hal Williams. Okay. Remember, Cooper's second to last aboard, and Bill is the last aboard. So Bill was behind Cooper in line. So I made this AI animation, and I sent it to Bill. I said, Bill, how come you never told me about this interaction you had with Cooper? He texted back. He said, that's fantastic. Again, remember, the AI does not do what I want it to do, people, at first. So I don't know why it did this. So there, he's looking at Bill like, hey, what do you want from me, kid? So just trying to, it just didn't do right. But yeah, there's Bill looking very much like Bill looked, right? That's literally exactly how Bill looked that day. He was wearing a quarter zip with a paisley shirt. All right. If you look at the, do I have that image of Bill? Do I have Bill to compare to you guys? I think it turned out really good there. That one of Bill there. Do I have? Yeah, I do. So this is what Bill looked like coming out off the plane. That's a little of a bit of a enhanced version of him coming off the plane as in the video. But yeah, not bad. Do I have the? Yeah. So then I tried to incorporate that into that. So Bill liked that a good bit. He got a real liking for that. Let me take that off the screen. Sorry. Ryan, you should make your own full-length DB Cooper film using AI. I expect at the rate that AI is increasing, I will be able to do that at some point for sure. I will be able to do that. I had to step away. Did you make that video? Yes, I did. Looks amazing. Yes, yes, yes. Looks like a Baroque painting on a. Isn't Bill Mitchell the guy who cheated on Donkey Kong? Yes, Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell is the king of Kong, right? Yes. What if Cooper was just another passenger and got off with the other ones and the three stewardesses made the whole thing up? Well, I mean, why would they do that? Well, I mean, again, he was seen by people. I mean, people took his ticket. We have the interviews with the ticket agent, the guy who sold his ticket. We have Cooper's ticket. I mean, right? I mean, we literally have Cooper's freaking ticket. So he was not just he's not made up, right? I mean, Cooper was a real person. This is his ticket, Dan Cooper. He was a real person. 36 people boarded the plane, and when the passengers were let go, they only counted 35 passengers. So Cooper was a real person for sure. Yes, solved. The stewardesses made it up. I mean, of course they made it up. I mean, they were clearly in love with the guy, right? See? I mean, they're like, hey, let's make it up. Tee hee hee. That does look rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Yes. I'm gonna show this one again. I just love this one. On the Heinemann. No. Let's see. This was pretty smooth, wasn't it? That is a good animation, I think. I'm proud of that one. But he's not ugly enough. He needs to be ugly. This Cooper is not attractive, right? I mean, I like that version of Cooper. He's not bad. Not bad at all. Although I have modified him a little bit. Remember, I'm trying to find the perfect Cooper. I'm gonna get Cooper I'm gonna nail that dude eventually on an AI. I'm gonna get a Cooper. I think my current Cooper. Let me find him. My current Cooper that I'm using for AIs at the moment looks like this. At the moment, I'm always modifying him. That's where we're at now with Cooper. So looks like that. And again, take what he looks like without his glasses with a grain of salt, right? Because we don't know what his eyes look like really. But there he is again. And again, these are my AI models of Cooper that I am using for my videos, right? Just showing you guys sneak peeks of my AI model Cooper. See what you guys think of him lately. Now, one thing that has thrown me off, I have had to go back and modify to add a freaking dummy chute on him, right? Because I've always had him without the dummy chute because we thought he just chunked the dummy chute out the plane, but he wore the son of a bitch. So he's got to have his dummy chute now. But yeah, that's where we are with Cooper these days. Is he's looking like this? Not bad. I could get better. I don't know. He's kind of sad. I'm kind of satisfied with this Cooper. He's not attractive. His nose looks broken, doesn't it? I need to fix his nose. His nose looks like he's broke his nose. His nose look broke? Yeah, his nose looks kind of broken. I'm gonna have to fix that. Let's see. Does this guy's nose look broken? No. Get the sunglasses is good too. His mouth has no lines. Does it? He's got some. He doesn't. Yeah, right. He doesn't have the wrinkled older mouth. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Look at him. He's got a wrinkled older mouth. He looks fine. You leave Mr. Cooper alone. Leave him alone. Leave Brittany alone. You folks need to leave Cooper alone. He can't help it that he's ugly. He can't help it that his lips protruding. Your lips protruding, not mine. And let's see, my latest Tina model. Let me show you my latest models for Tina and them. So Tina lately looks like this. This is my latest Tina on the new Source AI I'm using. Not bad, is she? And Packer will be happy. I have finally added the freaking name tags to Tina Mucklow, okay? My old animations didn't have the name tag. I only had the pin. So there's there is Miss Mucklow as she currently stands. And let's see. Let's add let's see what flow looks like. So my latest flow, I am proud of. I think flow looks good. Flow is really solid. I think flow is real solid. Remember, Flo, her coloring's a little odd. I had to fix her coloring. Flo was Filipino, so her coloring is a little, I had to adjust her color. She's a little, maybe too dark there. But yeah, there's Flo. Flo with that awesome hair cut of hers. Or the wig. It's actually a wig. Or I don't know if she's, I think just the back was a wig. I think her hair was, again, I'm not a woman. I don't know, but you know, I think that her hair was, I think the back of her head was a wig. I don't know what those were called. Here is, for your viewing pleasure, here is Alice Hancock. Here's Alice with her, what do they call those things? I forget what those things are called. When women do their hair like that, that gives them a sideburn. You know, Alice had the sideburn thing going on. My AI renders I have to use. Yeah. So yeah. What do y'all think? A bump it. Yes. Flo puffs out the back. A bump it. Yes. That's what Flo had. Correct. Looks too mannequin-like. I know. It's an AI that they can look very plasticky. Star Trek vibes. Yes, that's right. They have the pointed sun. I swear to God, I'm that big of a dork. I love Star Trek. Shocking. Ryan's a nerd. Go figure. I did shave my for a while. I did have the pointed sideburns like they do in Star Trek. I wish Tina and Flo could see these. Yeah, I know. A little young. Who's a little young? Cooper? Or what are we talking about? Who's young? Or Byron? Cooper? Or the girls? Yeah, Cooper does look fine. But yeah, I'm proud of my I think the ladies turned out well, I think. Let me see how let's see. Yeah, I gotta adjust. Like I said, Flo's coloring. I gotta adjust Flo's coloring. I mean, we've got color footage of Flo from the Unsolved Mysteries. I need to match her skin tone better. But yeah, I do love that image of Alice, because Alice did have those really awesome sideburn things going on. Alice was also very small. I had to shrink her, see, because she's a different. She's smaller than Tina and Tina and Flo, because she was only 5'2". The minimum height requirement to be a stewardess was 5'2", and she was 5'2". She's very petite. Alice is a badass though, right? Alice had skydived before, and there were no tandem jumps back then. So Alice Hancock had skydived before the Cooper hijacking. Alice Opp, maiden name Opp, O-P-P. Alice had been married for a month at the time of CooperCon, at the time of the hijacking. Do I have a Cooper calendar for sale? Oh, that's funny. A calendar of the girls. Oh, that's funny. Well, no, I don't want to make them objects. Ryan, is there a way to age Cooper? What do you mean? Yeah, I can age him. I mean, it doesn't look, I mean, how old does this guy look? I mean, he looks mid 40s to me. I mean, I'm 44 almost. I mean, this guy looks my age, I guess, or older. I don't know. I would not say he's in his 30s. This guy is older than this dude's older than 35, right? Am I wrong there? But see, that's the beauty of it, right? People cannot figure out. Middle-aged men are really hard to pinpoint, right? Because like this guy could be late 30s or he could be 54. And you throw a pair of sunglasses on a guy, good freaking luck, right? You put a pair of sunglasses on men, and it's very difficult to figure out their age, right? I'd have to be an Elvis fan. Can I make him in his 80s? Yeah, I could. I mean, you want that guy to be in his age? You want that guy to be in his 80s? I mean, it would take some time, but yeah, eventually I could. I mean, he would look pretty damn old. No, there is no testimony about Cooper's eyes being very dark. The only thing we have is Flo Schaffner saying that she remembered his eyes being brown. So, but again, hazel eyes can look brown in certain lighting. Green eyes can look brown in low lighting. So yeah, I don't know. What else do you guys want to talk about? I'm here, guys. I'm in a good mood. Life is good. You may notice the absence of Little Cooper. Little Cooper is on vacation with his mother in jolly old England. Lil Coop's mom wanted to take him to show off to family overseas. So Lil Coop's mom took him overseas. Let's see. Can I do this? Yeah, okay. We'll do this on the fly there, Cotty. We will see if I can age progress this guy enough to your liking using my AI. I feel like Bill O'Reilly, right? Bill O'Reilly. We'll do it live. F it. We'll do it live. Let's see. So if I'm going to make this guy old, you said you wanted like old? Sure. Here we go. He's old. Here's our old man Cooper. Cotty, just for you. Just for my friend Cotty. Just for you, dear. Sorry, folks. Great pod. If you're still listening on a podcast, then I don't know. I don't know. Here we go. There he is. What do you think there, Cotty? Get a little warm in here. Take off my. What do y'all think? That's your grandpa? It's probably everybody's grandpa, right? Just like Cooper is everybody's dad, you know. It's everybody's grandpa. Excellent. Not bad. Not bad. You said recently talked about you had a theory about the money being dumped at Tina Barr, but you said you would talk about it another time. Tell us. Dumped at Tina Barr. I don't know. Again, no habla inglés, man. Join the Facebook group and you can download the Tina Barr chapter. It's all 23 pages of my chapter about Tina Barr. I have put it from my book. It is downloadable on my Facebook group. Read all about it yourself. I don't friggin' know. In a previous video, you mentioned you he likely lost the money the night of the jump. Do you still believe this, and how confident are you? No, I've done experiments with parachute cords and things. And also just having more knowledge of what kind of guy Cooper was. Yeah, I know a lot of folks hate Facebook. I hate Facebook. But so you join just to join my group. A lot of folks do that. Have a pseudonym, have a fake name, be Dan Cooper if you want. Would I rather have $150,000 or know who Cooper was? Shit. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, actually. I would have to think about it, I guess. It's a hard question for me, honestly. The pages are fabulous about Tina Barr. Thank you. How do you think Cooper destroyed the evidence? Burned it is one way. Or, look, the Jeffries parachute could be Cooper's parachute. He could have thrown it in the friggin' river. That's a great way to get rid of it, honestly. Because if somebody ever finds it, then they might go, oh, well, he must have landed in the river. He died. So if somebody finds it, that, they're going to think you're dead. And if nobody finds it, well, no, but good. Nobody finds it. Win-win. Yeah, I think Cooper may have thrown it in the river on his way out, honestly. Because I think, the Jeffries shoot is weird. Any chance someone found the money and didn't turn it in? It's like $1 million today, life-changing. Well, maybe. Yeah, Lowell Elliott found $500,000 on his soybean farm, courtesy of Marty McNally. $500,000 is like $4 million today. Or shoot, what is that? Actually, I'm gonna look that up. What is how much money did frickin' Lowell Elliott come across that day? Yeah. So yeah, Lowell Elliott found the equivalent of $4.2 million on his soybean farm and turned it into the FBI. You're an old man. Come on, Lowell. You're an old man. You don't have to work anymore. How much money? You're getting $5,000 a year on your soybean farm there, Lowell. You have $500,000 courtesy of Marty McNally. Come on. Ryan, imagine that someone found the briefcase somewhere north of the Lewis River. What could we actually learn from it with the contents still inside? Ooh. Well, we would know whether it was a real bomb or not, right? And I am agnostic on the bomb. I really don't know. I am as agnostic on the bomb. I'm agnostic on two things on this case. I'm agnostic on the bomb being real, 50-50. And I'm agnostic on Dan Cooper being from the comic book guy, 50-50. I do not know. I would either way about either of those things would literally be no surprise to me. If the bomb was real, no surprise. Fake, no surprise. Dan Cooper, something he invented off the top of his head, no surprise. Dan Cooper being a homage to the comic, no surprise. So I don't know. Do you know whether any of the Stews have seen your series or? Yes. I know of one stewardess who watches my channel. Hello, you. Yes, there is a stewardess who has seen my work for sure. None of the Stews seem to remember his face. Well, certainly not now. I mean, they were forgetting his face a year later. Jamie's always insightful. Jamie, who's been in this very office. Jamie and I have a photograph with little Coop together in this office. Jamie says, if we knew the bomb was real, we'd have to view Cooper much differently. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I already view him as a piece of crap. I mean, regardless of whether the bomb was real, he's an asshole. I mean, he's an asshole. I mean, you know, Mac will admit, yeah, I was an asshole. I would have killed somebody that day. Cooper was an asshole. I mean, he inconvenienced tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. Well, not hundreds, but tens of thousands of people. I mean, air traffic was shut down in the Pacific Northwest for hours the day before Thanksgiving because this dude wanted money for profit. I mean, he threatened to murder young women to their faces for profit, right? Not a good dude. But if the bomb was real, yeah, it takes it to another level. Yeah, not bad. Yeah. Let's see. The FBI should have gotten a side sketch. I mean, yeah, honestly, they thought about it. You know, Bill Mitchell drew a side profile sketch and gave it to the FBI. And it's not in the 302s. It's somewhere. He said they never gave it back. But Bill's an artist himself, and Bill drew a side profile sketch of DB Cooper, like the week of the hijacking. And it's somewhere in the files, and it's just not appealing. I think somebody asked me earlier if there's anything in the files that we could find that hasn't been released yet that would be really impactful. It's that. Because here's the thing. We don't know how long Cooper's nose was. I mean, you know, I've got a button nose, right? My nose isn't very long. But you can't tell how long Cooper's nose was, right? I mean, you can't tell how long his nose is or isn't, right? And we only have one description in the FBI files of Cooper's nose length, and it did say long. Robert Gregory says that he's talking about John List. And he says John List had Cooper had a long nose like John List. So, yeah. But yeah, Tina said she could do a side sketch and offered to assist. Bill said he could do a side sketch and drew one. And we have it in the FBI files. They're like, hey, we should do a side profile sketch. Let's get it done. They just never did it. Who was the guy who said I saw nothing? That's Murphy.
I didn't see a damn thing. Were you in the front or the back? I was in the forward portion of the plane. I saw nothing. I know nothing. I was treated well, and everything was wonderful as far as I was concerned until we landed.
When did you first learn there was a hijacking involved?
I did not know until we got off the plane.
Man, that audio stinks. It's not loud. Oh well. But yeah, that's I forget his name. I think his last name was Murphy, actually. Use AI to make his profile. To whose profile? The Enchanted Acres. Bald is beautiful. Was DB a bigger a-hole than Richard McCoy? McCoy was not pleasant during his hijacking. He was a prick for sure. He was not a pleasant hijacker. I mean, you can just tell by his freaking like note, right? I mean, look at McCoy's note. Get the hell off the ground. Everybody now off except stewardesses. They stay put. Get the hell off the ground. Be quick about it. Use this runway. I mean, isn't it funny how he realized that he was going to run out of space? He begins to write GR for ground. You can see where the R is. And he goes, oh shit, I'm going to run out of space. So he just put GD, ground. So he's like, GR, oh crap, I'm going to run out of space on my note. So I don't want to put a dash. So yeah, there's McCoy. McCoy is not nice to people on a plane for sure. Cooper was nicer than McCoy was during the hijacking. Okay, good question. The guy who rammed Mac's plane had all of his charges dropped. How is that possible? Well, it's possible because basically, here's his Cadillac. What was that guy's name? I forget his name. Yeah, there's his Cadillac after it crashed into Mac's plane. Basically, he was almost paralyzed in the wreck. I mean, he was really messed up from the car wreck. And the prosecutor was like, I think the guy has suffered enough. Which I've done that before on a case as a prosecutor. Prosecutors have prosecutorial discretion, which means we can do anything we want. I've dismissed cases where I'm like, I think the guy's been punished enough. Just being who he is. So that's how it was for him. What's interesting is that I looked up to see if that guy was still alive. That guy now lives 20 minutes from Mac outside Detroit. I said, hey, Mac, your best friend, David something, his name was. I said, hey, your best friend lives 20 minutes from you. You should go see him. Would you continue a case that you're obviously not going to win? No. Nope. You dismiss that thing. That's why I'm a defense attorney now. I might have been too nice of a prosecutor. But Mac went off topic on the Matt Cox podcast. Yeah, Mac will do that. If you give Mac a call, he'll get off topic. Should get those guys together. Mac would whip his ass. Absolutely. Mac blames that guy for. Now, granted, that guy crashing his car into the plane wouldn't have. Mac still would have lost the money in the jump. So here, I always have to show people. I asked Mac to draw me a photograph of how he was his accoutrements that night. And Mac drew a picture, took a photo of the picture and texted it to me. But yeah, that's how Mac did it. And he put it through his belt loop, which is pretty smart. The problem is his belt loop. He put the handle of the money bag through his belt loop. Very smart, actually. But his belt was a snap belt, not a like regular belt. So it just snapped right off. It unsnapped. And that's why the money flew away. So yeah. The briefcase. Yeah, the briefcase. Yeah, we would tell if the bomb was real. We would tell if yeah. If you think Cooper was a jerk, do you think the same thing about Mac? No. Mac served his time. Mac served 38 years of his life for that. So I think Mac was young and was struggling with PTSD, which he still does, and has told me that. And we've begged him to go to the VA and get his disability for PTSD, and he won't do it. Mac's a very proud man. He won't take money from nobody anymore. So, I don't know. You're asking Epstein questions. I don't know. The stewardess outfits are very much congruent with the sexy female uniforms on Star Trek. You're right, actually. They do look like, yeah, she looks like, what was it? Yeoman Rand? Yeah, they do. That's kind of funny. She looks like, yeah, Yeoman Rand from Star Trek. Janice Rand. She was only in, 2 seasons of Star Trek, right? Yeoman Rand. Looks just like, I never thought about that. That's why I like those outfits. They do look like Yeoman Rand's outfits. Where is it? Yeah, see? Similar for sure. The sexy Star Trek uniforms look somewhat similar to the sexy Stu outfits. Yeoman Rand. Janice Rand. Oh, what was that actress? I think she's dead now. What was her name? Grace Lee Whitney? Grace Lee Whitney. I think she's dead. Died in 2015. Damn. Okay. Yeoman Rand. I had a crush on her when I was a little kid watching the old things. Jim Kirk definitely kissed Yeoman Rand for sure. Tom needs to look into the pyramids. Tom does look into pyramids, but your pyramids in Peru, I think. Tom does a lot of archaeology on pyramids and things in Peru, just not the ones in Egypt. I think the Egyptian pyramids are very commercialized. It's kind of like Mount Everest now, right? The stews add to the coolness of the case. Absolutely. There's just something cool. I mean, you just got to say, there's just something really cool about those stew outfits, right? They're just pretty damn cool. Yeah, just something cool about them. The whole vibe. You got Cooper and his cigarettes and his smoking, and if a crime could ever be called cool, it's a cool crime for sure. She does have a quick cameo in Star Trek 3. Is it? No. She's in Star Trek 1, the motion picture as well. I think she might be in several of them. Mac, if you were out there, that is money you were owed by the government. I agree. And like I said, we've had a guy from the VA call Mac and say, "Hey, Mac, all you got to do is come in and do one interview and you'll get full PTSD disability," because he's an old guy. They'll give him the 100% DAV. He'd get like $5,000 a month from it, but Mac's not going to do that. The best part about Mac was so funny. So Mac bought a round trip ticket. Didn't want to appear suspicious. He bought a round trip ticket, and I guess he was bored one day in prison, and he actually wrote a letter to the president of American Airlines and said, "I want a reimbursement. I bought a round trip ticket and I only flew one way. I want my return flight reimbursed." What a troll. Could you be a bigger troll? Yes. Yes, men wanted the sex appeal and flying in the 1970s. Yeah, I know. For sure. Nothing compares. If we're talking about outfits, what was it? Is it one of them? There's one outfit. Yeah. This is it. Yeah. Southwest Airlines back in the day, they had these outfits that were they were something else. Let me try to pull that up for you guys who are wondering. probably the best stewardess outfit. I mean, I'm just saying, not to be a creep, but I am a man. Or am I? These days, you can never tell. Let's see. Where'd it go? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Southwest probably won in the 60s. That they probably won the stew outfit game for sure. Whoa, you've got a lot of files. You're only limited to 100 photos. You jerk. I hate StreamYard. There we go. Not a bad outfit, folks. Look at those boots. Man, those are really cool boots. They're like open skin laces or something. I don't know. Pretty cool. Pretty nifty. Yeah, the hot pants. Yep. Hot pants and go-go boots for Southwest Airlines. They were orange. Yes. All right. My wife would not let me fly on Southwest. I know. I probably not. Let's see. Good stuff there. So what do y'all think? Y'all like that Cooper? What do y'all think of what do y'all think of the latest iteration of Cooper? Is he homely enough? I mean, I think he's rather homely. Right? Yeah. Yeah, somebody says I should make some. I should make my own little Cooper dolls. In fact, Mac gave me that suggestion. Remember, Mac was always trying to hustle, right? If you've seen the movie, if you've not seen American Skyjacker, go rent it on Amazon or whatever it's on. It's great. Mac was always in for a hustle. Mac says I could basically send 360 photographs of Little Coop to China, and they would make exact replica dolls of Little Cooper. I mean, I could sell them commercially. I don't know. Would y'all buy a Little Coop doll? Cooper was not the man. He was a douche. Yes, even better, Max. Buy it. I bought it too. It's $10 on Apple TV. Watch American Skyjacker. I wish Cooper would join the chat. He answered a lot of questions. You know what though? Mac is a great reference. You know, like I said, that's why we all love. I have my own little Coop in the works. You do, don't you? Isn't your grandkid named Cooper? Isn't that right, Jamie? Your first grandkid is named Cooper, if I recall. It's pretty cool. Don't know him, but he sounds like a character. Mac is a character. But Mac is a great resource because I can text Mac and say, hey, Mac, why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? And they can give me some insight into Cooper. Wouldn't Cooper be about 100 now? Yes. For sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Cooper's World War II guy. Your grandson is B.D. Cooper. B.D. Cooper. How about that? B.D. Cooper. I think he looks great. I agree. He does look great. Mac did too many years. Well, yes, but he kept trying to escape. Remember, they don't like it when you escape. And Mac also did not accept responsibility for his actions. So you will never be granted parole if you do not accept, if you do not express remorse for your crime. They will not give you parole. That's part of it. It's part of being paroled is being remorseful for your crime and yada, yada, yada. And Mac refused. Mac refused to admit he did the crime until his last parole hearing in 2010, I guess. So he kept refusing. I didn't do this. So why no knapsack, Cooper? God, that's the question, man. What was your problem, dude? Why would you spend an hour and a half of your time MacGyvering a knapsack instead of just or MacGyvering your money bag? People have asked me, you know, Tina, how did Tina not see what was in the bag? Well, again, in the bag. I mean, it's deep. I mean, look, this thing is deep. I mean, Tina would have to like stick her head in the bag to see what was in there. She didn't do that. Cooper pulled a packet out for her, but that's about it. You called it, Ryan. Cooper had ADHD. Absolutely. Cooper is a neurodivergent with ADHD. I can smell my own from a mile away. Believe that. Okay. I can smell a left-handed neurodivergent ADHD fruitcake a mile away. I can smell my own. Jude Morrow is in on that too. By the way, Jude is climbing Mount Everest at some point soon, which is admirable. The knapsack thing tells me that Cooper wasn't quite as sharp as we all wanted him to make out to be. I agree. I mean, I don't know if Cooper was smart. I mean, I don't. I am increasingly of the opinion that Joe's. I mean, again, it's if I had to pick a conspiracy or coincidence to believe in, I mean, let's look at the coincidences, right? The big coincidences that I see. The safe house. Okay. Why did this couple rent a house, a junked up house in Kalama for a month in November of 71 and never move anything in? Okay. Weird. Okay. Number 2 is Gary Samdahl, which if you don't know, Gary Samdahl was an air traffic controller who flew to Portland for Thanksgiving from Chicago the day before the hijacking. And he goes up to the cockpit, which you could do back in those days, and starts asking the pilot. This is a Northwest Orient 727. Okay. The day before the hijacking, he goes to the cockpit and says, "Hey, pilots, can you lower that thing in flight back there? Do you think you could lower that in flight?" And they're like, "I don't know." He goes, "Well, if you did that, I'm a skydiver. I bet I could jump out. I bet I could jump out really easily out the back of a 727. This is a Northwest Orient 727 flying to Portland the day before the hijacking. Weird. Then the other one, of course, is Joseph Henry Johnston, right? Why is a robbing bush pilot thug who just got out of prison, living in Arkansas, take up skydiving at 49 years old, buy flight maps for Seattle and Portland, then move to Portland a month before the hijacking? Then he's arrested the day of the hijacking for a DUI in the drop zone. So if I had to go out on a limb there, here's your wild conspiracy for the night, folks. Joseph Henry Johnston was supposed to be DB Cooper. He gets drunk. He has an accomplice with him. He gets drunk, then he gets nervous or something, and he drinks and gets drunk, and he's arrested at 2 a.m. in Woodland, the drop zone. 2 a.m., he's arrested for DUI. His accomplice goes, shit. Joe got arrested. He's a drunk. Screw him. I'll do the hijacking myself. I'll do it myself. And that would explain why Cooper seems half-baked, because it's not his heist. He's the accomplice and decides to just do it himself because the principal is in jail. He's like, man, but I don't want Joe to rat on me. He might rat on me or something. If he's drunk, he's in jail. Screw it, I'll just do it myself. Because Cooper just seems like he's doing it halfway. It's like he's okay until he gets the money. Everything after that is like completely half-baked. Gives no directions on where to fly. Does the money bag thing. It just seems kind of, his hijack, Cooper's heist seems to fall apart as far as the planning goes. It was just not very well done. I mean, it was well done, but it wasn't thought out well. The second half of his hijacking was not thought out well. So yeah, there's my wild theory. Joseph Henry Johnston. And look, Joseph Henry Johnston does end up dying mysteriously of an overdose in March of 72 in Portland. Dead men tell no tales, right? So, weird. Chris says, if I was an FBI agent in 71, I would have looked at every associate of Joseph Henry Johnston, especially those he knew in Astoria and Ohio. Stay tuned. We will be having a suspect reveal probably in January. A full new suspect, not the one I presented at CooperCon, but a full new suspect who is an associate, maybe. Can't prove it, but certainly, almost certainly knew Joseph Henry Johnston. And he's a damn good suspect. So hold on to your butts. We've got more good suspects a coming, for sure. I wish there was a Cooper action figure series. Well, we've got like that Cooper action figure. We have pre-hijacking Cooper, right? We have the Alice Hancock. Yes, we have the Tina Mucklow action figure. But yes, there is a Stu who watches my stuff. I do know it. Yes, another suspect will be coming, and you will learn all about him. You'll probably know about him before you know about the guy that I presented at CooperCon, sadly, who I do think is the best suspect I've ever come across. I'll say that. I will say that much. Easily the best suspect I've ever come across. Like I said, Tom K made a joke after my presentation at CooperCon. Tom comes out into I run into Tom K at the outside, and Tom's like joking. He goes, Ryan, he goes, let's talk about thrift stores. Because obviously there's no tie particle stuff with my guy, but God almighty, is he a good suspect. But Tom's like, even Tom goes, let's talk about thrift stops. So pretty funny. Yeah, I think he's better than Skip because he's ugly. I think Skip's handsome. I do love Skip Hall. God, we have some characters. I think the funniest thing I've seen for a while is somebody who said that like we could do an Ocean's 11 type of movie with all the different Cooper suspects because they're all such colorful characters, right? You know, Dwayne could be the muscle. You know, Vordal's the brains of it. You know, Skip is the guy who does it or whatever, you know, the goodwill tie. Yes. Do you think we will ever find a suspect that is at least an 85% chance of being Cooper? No. But I mean, I would give this guy, again, he's not my suspect. I am not in the business of pushing suspects. I've done that once before. I'm not doing that again. But I want you guys to know about all the different suspects. That's why I'm having people on my show. There's other people who you guys don't know about. You know, I want to introduce you. I just want to introduce people to good suspects, plausible suspects. But I would say the new guy that I presented at CooperCon, 5% chance of being Cooper. But again, out of millions of men who could be Cooper, I'd say a 5% chance is pretty dang good. So that's what I think. We are patiently awaiting. I know you guys want the new suspects, but there's a damn good new suspect going to be discussed this month. The guy who has done all the research on him is going to be on my show. What DB Cooper books do you recommend? Well, mine own, if I could ever get it published. Orville Lyons. I think Orville's out. I finally got Orville Lyons' photographs back from the FBI. The good, clear photographs of Orville. Orville was not Dwayne Weber with the ears, but I think Orville's ears are too big to be Cooper. And I think you guys will agree. I will do a video on Orville soon, and I will unveil my photos that I got from the FBI of Orville Lyons. I think his ears are too big. This is my thought. Okay, doke. Oh my God, 4.5 hours. I'm a nutcase, y'all. And I still have 162 people watching. You guys are all as nuts as I am. Let's see. What are we doing? That's nice of me to admit. Well, I'll tell you if a suspect sucks or not. I don't think I sugarcoat anything. I will tell you guys. But books about Cooper, DB Cooper and the FBI by Bruce Smith is the best all-around book on Cooper because it talks about suspects and things. Marty Andrade's book, Finding DB Cooper, is a good one. I'm looking at my bookshelf. I would say DB Cooper and the FBI and Finding DB Cooper are the two you should get. Just finished my last beer, so you're down to 159. All right, Jamie. Yeah, okay. Oh my God, it's 11:30 at night. I gotta go. All right, folks. Do actors pin their ears? I don't know. We are all friends and fans, Ryan. Cool. One last question. How do your family and friends feel about your obsession with this case? I'm into it too, and I feel like others are somewhat interested, but I'm a bit concerned. So my niece works at Starbucks in Denver, and she texted me a while back, and she goes, "Hey, Uncle Ryan," she goes, I heard somebody talking about a DB Cooper YouTube, and they mentioned DB Cooper Sleuth. And I said, "That's my uncle." And they're like, "What?" So yes, small world. That made me very happy to have that. So anyways, but yeah, my family don't care. Mrs. Sleuth is a great Mrs. Sleuth loves the DB Cooper mystery herself. She's a fan for sure. Mrs. Sleuth's wish for 2025. Thank you, Wendana. I appreciate you. Mrs. Sleuth's wish for 2025. She goes, "I really want to give Bill Mitchell a hug at CooperCon," and sure enough, she got to hug Bill Mitchell at CooperCon. So she is a Cooper fan. She's into other mysteries too. She likes the Mount Everest. She likes the Mrs. Sleuth is into the Mallory and Irvine stuff. On the Everest stuff. That's a mystery she's into. But yeah, she likes Cooper and Mallory and Irvine. Yeah. And all my relatives like it. I don't have a large family though. So there's only like 5 people I talk to. So like you guys are my only friends. I'm just going to tell you, that's the truth. I'm a recluse. I'm a recluse. I hang out with Miss Sleuth and that's about it. And I don't do much. I don't have any family that live here. My family all in Colorado. I'm in Mississippi. Just me and Miss Sleuth. So anyway, okay, folks. Well, that's all I've got for today, folks. So like and subscribe and all of that YouTube-y stuff. And I will talk to you guys again soon. And yes, Wendina, thank you for the $10 in negotiable American currency. It will go to good use. No man is a failure who has friends. Amen, Max. And congratulations on graduating high school. Happy for you. Good to meet you guys. All right. Bye, folks. Cheers. Adios.